Good evening, and welcome everyone to this hybrid virtual and in-person meeting of the Hillsborough Transportation Planning Organization. We will also be having a public hearing tonight. Before we proceed with business, though, if you're able to stand, please let's say the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And at this time, if the clerk could please call the roll.
Good evening. Cullen,
Here.
Kemp,
Here.
Overman,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
Myers,
Here.
Lott,
Hilton for Law.
Maniscalco,
Here.
Citro,
Here.
Dingfelder, Donahue, or Ross,
Ross is here.
sorry. Lopano,
Evans for Lopano.
Williams, Anderson,
Charles Klug for Paul Anderson.
Is this for the meeting? Hello?
yes. I'm sorry?
Is this for the Hillsborough Planning meeting?
Yes, sir. Who is this?
This is Jose Salazar. I've just been given this number so I can speak.
Okay, you'll have to wait
We're
for
not,
public
we're
comment.
not
in the
taking
middle of roll
public
call.
comment yet.
Yeah.
But I am expecting that our staff is muting those that are on the line other than the members of the board until it's time and appropriate for people to speak.
Would that be 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an
Well,
hour?
sir, I'm not sure, but we're in the middle of our roll call right now. And I think the clerk is going to need to go back to that.
All right, yes, sir. Frey? Mr. Wagner?
Here.
Dowdy?
Here.
Vaughn?
Here.
Dingfelder?
Roll call here.
All right, thank you. You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this time, we will entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of our May 12th, 2021 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Roll call vote, please.
Cullen?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Hilton?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Williams? Klug?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Dowdy?
Yes.
Vaughn?
Yes.
Motion carried 15-0.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, the board will entertain public comment on all items other than the Transportation Improvement Plan. If you are here to talk on the tip, you will have an opportunity to do that later in the meeting. But for right now, we are going to have public comment on all other. We have 3 minutes allotted per speaker. Is there anyone on the line for public comment on items other than the tip?
No, Mr. Chair, all the speakers tonight are for the tip.
Okay, thank you very much. And we move then to committee reports. Our first report will be from Bill Roberts, who is the CAC chair.
Thank you, Chairman Cohen. For the record, I'm Bill Roberts. I am chairman of the TPO's Citizens Advisory Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to make these comments in this report in what is obviously a very important meeting for the TPO. Your Citizens Advisory Committee met in its regular meeting on June the 2nd. We discussed a recent New York Times article titled, "Can Removing Highways Fix America's Cities?" Which highlighted efforts in the 16 U.S. cities, including Tampa, to convert interstate highways to surface level arterials. Several members of our committee asked how the I-275 Boulevard study could be advanced, including whether or not it could be included in the Transportation Improvement Program. And we're going to take this up further at our next meeting. The CAC also recommended that the TPO approve the Public Participation Plan Amendment. I believe that is on your agenda for this evening. That would revise the minimum public notice period for TIP amendments from 21 to 14 days with specific public engagement criteria now included. We did not get all the way through our agenda at the CAC meeting, and as a result, we called a special meeting for July, which is normally a recess month for the CAC. Regarding the Transportation Improvement Program, we had an in-depth discussion of the proposed TIP, touching on regional trails, tolled versus managed express lanes, improvements in the downtown interchange, and the Florida Fowler Arterial BRT project. Ultimately, your CAC has recommended approval of the Transportation Improvement Program as presented to you tonight by a vote of 14 to 2, with a recommendation that priority number 47 eliminate the construction of one additional general purpose lane in each direction on I-275 north to Barris Avenue. This was passed by a vote of the CAC 10 to 6. In addition, there was a question raised about the status of item 48, which is the West Shore interchange. The committee is unclear as to whether or not this program has been funded or is to be funded, and we hope to hear a report on that, if not tonight, at our next meeting. And finally, I wanted to advise the TPO board that we had a very robust discussion about a part of item 49, and this discussion centered on the proposed exit ramps onto 14th and 15th Street at the intersection of I-4 and 275. There was a motion made to strike the language that would have provided for these two exit ramps, or two lanes, one new exit ramp. And for the board's information, that motion failed because it received a tie vote. That's my report. Those were the highlights of the items regarding the TIP and other action taken by your Citizens Advisory Committee. I'd be happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman, if there are any.
I don't see any questions at this time, Mr. Roberts, but thank you very much for a thorough report. And as always, we appreciate hearing from you, and we look forward to hearing from you again at our next meeting.
It's our pleasure, Mr. Cohen.
We are now going to go to Davita Franklin from the TPO staff, who is going to give us some summary information about some of the other committees.
Good afternoon, good evening. So the summary of committee reports are that the Transportation Improvement Program annual update, as you just heard from Chairman Roberts, was reviewed by the Citizens Advisory Committee, along with the Technical Advisory Committee, Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and Livable Roadways Committee. And all of the committees voted to approve the update after either raising some concerns or getting clarifications on a number of items. Also, the TPO Public Participation Plan Amendment that you will hear about later, the Citizens Advisory Committee approved the amendment after suggesting that the TPO takes additional steps to engage community leaders and social media groups, in addition to implementing the use of QR codes on road signs. Additional items reviewed were the Technical Advisory Committee saw presentations on the Gandhi Project Development and Environment Study Kickoff, the FDOT I-275 Downtown Interchange Aesthetics, and T-BARTA Transit and Telework Survey. Also, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee reviewed the regional trail priorities as well as the USF Green Artery Trail Study, and the Livable Roadways Committee reviewed advance notification of the McIntosh Road Widening Project Development Environment Study, as well as the USF Green Artery Trail Study. Your summary of public comments that are not related to the transportation improvement plan would be that Mauricio Rosa shared a link to an article that detailed the history of racism in the planning of the Syracuse, New York highway system. And he stated that this relates to what we have going on here in the history of our planning of our roadway system. Also, Neil Costantino pitched installing a first-of-a-kind linear bridge solar array on the northbound section of I-275 that is scheduled for demolition. Casey Kersey, on behalf of the Tampa Bay Transportation Applications Group, thanked Wade Reynolds, the TPO staff, and their consultant for their presentation, and Michelle Tolmoff suggested placement of a school crossing guard at West Lake Drive and 674, and more collaboration between Hillsborough County Public Schools and the TPO. On social media, Tom Danahy on Facebook, in response to a Bike to Work Day post, said, if only TPO would plan to divert considerable money away from the endless Band-Aid highway projects into safe streets, perhaps more would feel safe enough to bike to work every day. And Jason Ball, in response also to Bike to Work, said that never ever invite FDOT to a PED bike event that you want to take seriously. Also, Lisa Kramer, who's on TPO staff, did commend Beth Alden for concise, relatable info in their Resilient Tampa Bay video that she was featured in. Dave Just Ask, on the same video, said that he was a bit confused about some of the information that was given about the solution. And he also, in response to motorcycle safety, said that there are many aggressive bikers and that they don't care and cops don't do anything. On Twitter, Lou Seibert said, we have, there was a derogatory term, public transportation plans that basically don't work. Chris Vela, in response to the City of Tampa's survey for the Palmasea Neighborhood Commercial District Plan, asked, will it matter? And he said that he is an ex-Palmasea resident who's commented a lot to make that area better. Don Kessler says, great group, in response to the Bike to Work Day event. And he said, keep on pedaling. And he loved Tampa's downtown coverage of the event. And then Jake Lee, in response to the state's proposal to extend State Road 56 past US 301, said, for God's sake, someone please stop this endless expansion. And that concludes your report for committee reports as well as for public comments. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Franklin, for that. And you will be joining us again a little bit later in the meeting to discuss some other issues. We are going to move on to our action items now. The first is item A, which is revised committee appointments, and Cheryl Wilkening from the TPO staff will take us through that item.
Hello, Cheryl Wilkening, TPO staff. The CAC has nominated Misa Stewart by Commissioner Cohen, and the TAC has nominated Margaret Kubalins, alternate for the City of Tampa. The recommended action is the TPO confirm these nominations.
Move to confirm.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Overman, seconded by Councilman Citro. Seeing no discussion, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Cohen,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Hilton,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Klug,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Dowdy,
Yes.
Vaughn, Miss Vaughn, Motion carried 14-0.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now going to go to Allison Yeh, TPO staff, to discuss the renewal of the internship agreement with USF DURP.
Good evening, Allison Yeh, TPO staff. So the TPO has annually sponsored a graduate student from the USF's Master of Urban Planning program. We've been doing this since about 2015. So during each academic year from August to May, the fellows come in and gain real life experience on land use and transportation projects. They work very closely with the planning staff. It's really a win-win situation for our agency and the students because they really bring new perspectives on policy and often technology to our agency, and our planners gain valuable supervisor experience. So typically our contracts are 1-year contracts, but this time we've decided to sign a 2-year contract to allow for more in-depth learning and also align that with a student's 2-year master's program. The cost annually is $13,250 with a total 2-year cost of $26,500. The recommended action today is for you to authorize the executive director to sign the agreement. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about that. Thank you.
Okay, let me see. I don't see any hands raised for questions. Before we actually get to the vote on that, though, I do have something that I would like to say on behalf of the board. Dr. Mark Hafen, who is the director of the USF Master of Urban Planning program, is retiring in August. He is one of the founders of the master's program and has personally managed the very successful fellowship program where talented students are able to work part-time with private firms and also in public agencies like the TPO and the Planning Commission to get real-world planning experience while they are still in school. The TPO has been participating in this program since 2015. And he has had the pleasure of working with many talented students who bring their enthusiasm and new skills to our agencies. On behalf of the TPO, I would like to thank Dr. Hafen and his students for the great collaboration over the years. We wish him good luck and all good things in his retirement. And Dr. Hafen, I believe, is joining us tonight, and we wanted to invite him to say a few words.
Hello, everybody, in Arizona. I am out here on a hiking vacation.
If you could speak up just a little, that would help us.
All right.
There you go. Thank you.
There we go. Working off my iPad here. Anyway, thank you so much. I cannot tell you how important it has been to our program to have had the Planning Commission and the TPO fund our students. We're a really small department, and we can't fund students the way bigger departments can with teaching assistantships, things like that. These external fellowships are unique, and they help us to recruit high quality students, which you have had the pleasure of mentoring. And I can't thank you enough for that. I was scrolling through the attendance and saw so many of our students that are right on this meeting, and many of whom have been through the fellowship program. And like I said, it is one of the most important aspects, one of the most unique aspects of our program that helps to attract some really great students. So from the bottom of my heart, I cannot thank you enough for having our students, hosting our students, for what you've taught them, because then they go out into the planning world and they are really well prepared. And they are really in demand, which, just as an educator, just warms my heart. So again, on behalf of the Master of Urban Regional Planning Program, the School of Public Affairs, and USF, thank you guys so much.
Well, it's been my observation over the years that we've probably gotten more from them than they've gotten from us. But that said, we really appreciate everything that you've done for us, and we look forward to many years of continued collaboration with the program. So thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
We are now going to go ahead and vote on the renewal of that internship program. And Commissioner Overman.
Sorry, I have my hand
Yeah,
raised.
I'm sorry.
That's
Go
quite
ahead.
all right. That's quite all right. I also want to thank him for providing us with a wealth of talent I have seen a lot of the work that many of the interns that have worked with the MPO, TPO as it is now, and we really truly have been blessed with great talent. And it's really important, I think, for us that are planning for, 20, 25, 30, 35 years, that we hear from the young voices that are coming out of our university system with the excellence in the training that they have in urban planning and transportation planning. It's an important element of how we move forward and how we deal with the realities of our future. So I want to thank him very much and those students that have worked with us before, because they have definitely made a difference in our work. So thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps you could move the item.
Oh, and I'll move the item, please.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Overman has moved the item. It has been seconded by Councilman Citro. We'll have a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith. Myers,
Yes.
Hilton,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Klug,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Dowdy,
Yes.
Vaughn. Motion carried 14-0.
Okay, and we have one additional action item before we turn to our main business of the evening. That item is the TPO Public Participation Plan Amendment. Ms. Franklin.
Yes, so here's your action item. And this is going to explain a way that the TPO is going to create more engaging opportunities through our public participation plan. So this amendment has to deal with what we call the PPP, the Public Participation Plan, and it describes the TPO strategies to engage the public in transportation planning. It spells out how the public can review and comment on pending decisions such as the adoption of the Transportation Improvement Program and its amendments. So for TIP amendments, the public review and comment period coincides with formal presentations made to the TPO advisory committees, who are asked to recommend approval of the amendment before the TPO board considers it. Beginning this year, the TPO board changed its meeting schedule, and now it meets on the second Wednesday of the month. The Citizens Advisory Committee, or the CAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, TAC, normally meet a week ahead of the board. Therefore, the minimum public review and comment period on TIP amendment should reasonably be adjusted from 21 days to 14 days to coincide with the mail out of the agenda packet to the TAC and the CAC. So at the CAC's last meeting, they did recommend approval of this plan. And so this is what I'm presenting to you right now. So when, if we look at the next slide, we're going to see an example that I'm going to use here, which is the Fowler Avenue TIP amendment. So when TIP amendments are proposed, they're proposed, just if some folks aren't familiar with it, when there's new money that has become available for a local priority project. So one example is the Fowler Avenue TIP amendment, which is assigned to fix crosswalks on Fowler. And I'll use this amendment as an example of what we did under the plan as it is right now, and what we will do if you approve the amendment. So if we look at the next slide, we'll see what we did. And what we did for each TIP amendment is that we posted them on the TIP website, or the web page on our website. And it basically just took someone to a link for them to read about the amendment. And on the next slide, we'll also see something else that we did, which was allow for public comment during formal presentations made to the TPO advisory committees. So that was some good stuff. But what we're going to do, if you look at the next slide, if you look past this slide, is we're going to create a dedicated web page now. So instead of having folks go to the TIP page and look for the link for the amendment, they actually can visit a page that's dedicated directly for folks to view the amendment. And if we go to the next slide, we'll also see that we're going to do a press release that will hit all of the media outlets. And we also will email these press releases to community organizations and their members that are on our email list. And on the next slide, we see an additional action item here, which is that we're going to conduct social media posts that target impacted communities. And we are going to boost those posts as well. So what that means is in our targeting, we're going to identify zip codes and different demographics to make sure that we are engaging more folks about the amendment. And if we look at the next slide, we also see one more thing here, which is that we are going to go out in the community and post, just like how we did with this TIP annual update, post some signs about the amendment with the QR code, so that way folks can readily access information on the amendment. And so those are all of the things that we're going to do to assure that we are engaging the public more when it comes to TIP amendments. So please go to the next slide where we will see that our recommendation is to amend the public participation plan to change the minimum review period from 21 days to 14 days for TIP amendments. And we also will implement specific public engagement criteria as well. And that's it. Next slide. We'll give you a thank you. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
I just have a quick question.
Commissioner Overman.
Thank you, sir. So the moving to 14 days makes it easier for the CAC to review any comments that come from the public. This is stuff we do a lot, but the public doesn't necessarily do it. So there's oftentimes a lot of information that's provided, a lot of information to decipher, and then neighborhood associations then may or may not have an opportunity to talk with their community or get an email out to their community in order to get feedback. Granted, it's important for us to hear from our CAC, but if the public outreach is what we're looking for comment on the amendment, can we do that in 14 days? Are the signs and everything going to get out there like the day we have an amendment, so they have a full 14 days to provide the comment, is my question.
Well, I think Ms. Alden is probably the best person to speak to your questions.
Thank you so much. That's an excellent question. And you're exactly right. When we put in the public participation plan that we are committing to a 14-day notice, then yes, that means that, can you hear me all right? That the social media posts and the roadside signs would be out 14 days in advance of the board considering the TIP amendment. One of the things that we are not doing a great job of right now, frankly, is taking that fairly technical information that you've seen in the past about TIP amendments. You get a table and you have to interpret, what does this table mean? What we're planning to do is write a press release in plain English that explains what is being contemplated and distribute that and make that available on the website. So hopefully this will greatly enhance transparency.
Thank you for your response, and I appreciate that. I am always looking at the ways we change things that make things better, but I'm also recognizing what we've learned in the last year is the great disparities when it comes to access to technology. Many of our citizens in many sections of our county do not have access to internet. They have no way to respond other than to go to a community meeting or go to a related organization that can share with them what's happening in their community. So while I think it's absolutely great that we'll have these additional improvements, word of mouth is oftentimes the way a lot of people learn things. And 14 days is pretty short. So I'm willing to hear what the other board members think about that, but I do have some concerns about equity and the choice to shorten the period from 21 days to 14 days.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other board discussion? Commissioner Kemp?
I just, it struck me as kind of funny too. And could you just explain what the advantages are of doing that?
Yes, ma'am. And the most frequent types of TIP amendments that we have are moving new money into the TIP. So, for example, HART gets a grant. That's happened several times. In the case of the Fowler Avenue TIP amendment from January, there was some funding left over after the projects that the DOT was already planning to do were all funded. There's a little bit of money left over, and that could be matched up with those Fowler Avenue crosswalks if we acted quickly. So the challenge that we have is if we lengthen the period of time for review, we can possibly lose the opportunity to lock in dollars that become available. That's fundamentally the reason why we propose this amendment. It enables us to be a little bit quicker on our feet in responding to funding opportunities.
Could there be, I mean, could we waive, like, if you brought some, I don't know how many other examples, you know, and that sounds like a worthy example, but if you were at any given year to bring however many of those issues came that you didn't have prepared 21 days before, could we waive, or could they be then advertised or whatever, not as broadly maybe, but, you know, included online and things like that and meet the notice period and all? There were issues with that. I'm just trying to think my way around this.
I appreciate the questions, and it's very challenging how to deal with TIP amendments because of the Florida statute that treats all TIP amendments the same way. So we don't have the flexibility to say, here's a major amendment, here's a minor amendment to the TIP. All TIP amendments get treated the same way, and all have to ultimately go for a roll call vote of the board.
Yeah, Commissioner Overman and then Commissioner Smith.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I'm not concerned about going to 14 days when we have more money. I'm actually more concerned about what happens when we have less money. So am I to understand that these amendments are typically projects we've approved, already funded, and then there's a change to the project that we're looking for, public comment to that change? When it's positive, when it's just cash and funding, that's a great thing. But if it's a material change to the actual project, then I think it's important that we give citizens enough time to consider it. So I do recognize the funding is a positive thing, but it's when it's an adverse decision, I think it is important that we make sure that we give enough time for outreach.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I wonder if there's a way, I mean, it seems to me that a lot of the TIP amendments we know about well in advance of 14 days, and if those are at least posted somewhere as they're, coming in, and it's clear that this is going to be considered, and then the 14 days is the official announcement of the final list. Would that be a possible way of, making sure that people know everything that is possible to know well in advance, even if you have to have just that 14-day notice?
So I'm getting the message that you'd like us to take another look at this and see if there's something else we can do here. So why don't I suggest that we come back to you with a different proposal at a future meeting?
I think that's fine, but I do want to tell you, I think the other things that were proposed tonight were very good. The signage and the Facebook, the word escapes me, but the Facebook multiplier and the other whatever it is, when you push it out, the other enhanced advertisement. I think actually I really like the yellow sign too. By the way, you could actually read it. So I mean, I don't want anyone to get the idea that we don't think those are a good idea.
Oh, those are great.
Yeah.
So, but if we could come back to this in a month, that might be great, since we do have business to do tonight.
Very good.
Okay. Then we are going to move on to our public hearing.
Do you need a motion to continue it?
I don't think so. We'll just hold it over till the next meeting.
Okay, great, thank
Okay.
you.
We are going to go to our public hearing now for the Transportation Improvement Program Annual Update for October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2026. We are going to have, this is going to happen in 5 parts. We have a staff presentation. We will then hear public comment. We will hear a summary of the comments that were submitted in advance. We will have board discussion, questions, and then we will take action. So our first item is going to be a staff presentation. Johnny Wong from TPO staff is going to present. And just so that the board is aware, I know that Secretary Gwynn is available tonight to show particularly I-275 lane diagrams and provide crash statistics if we are in need of any of that information. So with that, we will begin with Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Chair. I hope everyone can see my screen. Please let me know if you can. All right, great. Johnny Wong, TPO staff, and I'm here tonight to brief you on this year's update to the Transportation Improvement Program, aka the TIP. So the board members have already seen a version of this presentation last month, but before we get into the updates that pertain to this year's TIP, I want to quickly recap some TIP basics, like what's required of the TPO and the process by which we produce the TIP and how we rank projects. So I've split this presentation into 3 sections. The first section is going to cover basically what you need to know to understand the TIP. And then in section 2, I'm going to present the changes and the additions which have been made this year. And then in section 3, I'm going to wrap up by talking about our equity analysis, as well as some efforts for regional coordination. The TIP is a plan that has 5 years worth of transportation projects in it. These 5 years are the first 5 of our long-range transportation plan, which is at least a 20 or 25-year vision, sometimes more than that. The cover page for the 2045 long-range transportation plan is shown on the screen to the left-hand side. That document, of course, covers 20 or 25 years. And because there are so many projects over that time period to include, it would be almost impossible to add the amount of information into any single document. So rather than inundating the long-range transportation plan with projects, we produce a 5-year chunk of the long-range plan and call it the TIP. The TIP is a lot more specific. In it, you'll find a lot more specificity regarding the phases of each project, the alignments, as well as some other details that you don't get in the broad visionary long-range transportation plan. The TIP is also one of the TPO's main responsibilities, and it's subject to a host of federal and state requirements, only some of which I've chosen to show on this slide. The requirements that I wanted to highlight for you all here are that it has to be consistent with the long-range plan. It also has to be coordinated with FDOT and HART, has to include regionally significant projects, as well as ones funded by either the Federal Highway Administration or the Federal Transit Administration. It has to be cost feasible, meaning that project costs have to balance with the expected revenues over that 5-year period. It also has to be submitted to the public for feedback. And because the Hillsborough TPO chooses to include a list of priority projects in our TIP, the prioritization methodology for creating that list has to be documented and data-driven. There are a ton of projects in the TIP, and each one fits into one of the 3 tables that are shown on the screen. And I'm going to take a few slides and explain the purpose of each one now. So beginning with Table 1. Table 1 is a list of projects that have already been elevated to the status of priorities. That means that all of the projects in here have data and have been evaluated, and we believe that they're going to address an urgent need in the community. So they're not just projects anymore, they're urgently needed priorities. And to be on Table 1, each of those priorities has to have received or will receive money for construction within the next 5 years. Projects that are on Table 1 are intended to remain there until construction is complete. That signals to both the federal agencies, DOT, as well as the community that there's still support for those projects to be completed within that time period. Table 2 is a list of projects that have been submitted to the TPO by jurisdictions like Hillsborough County, the cities of Tampa, Temple Terrace, Plant City, Hart, FIA, the port, the airport, TBARDA. They've been submitted to us because the agencies believe that they will address an urgent need in the community. And it's our job to take that list of projects and evaluate them. If a project is listed on Table 2, that means that it is a priority and it's awaiting funding for construction. The order of projects that are listed in Table 2 is relevant. The way that they're ranked is based on the type of project, and they're separated into 5 investment programs. I'll touch on that more in a second, as well as how impactful we believe that that project will be once it's completed. Table 3 is the longest of the 3 because it includes all the projects in FDOT's current work program, as well as requests that we've received for planning studies and some other projects that don't really fit into any of our 5 investment programs, but are still, they still are transportation projects, so they need to be listed somewhere. The Hillsborough TPO takes it one step further, and we choose to include all of the projects that are listed in each jurisdiction's capital improvements program. We do that for convenience because even though the TPO doesn't control what projects are funded with local dollars, we include them because we think that it assists with coordination, and it also gives the public a more complete understanding of what projects are moving forward across the entirety of the county. All right, so taking a step back, going back to Table 2 for a second, I want to explain how this list is created because it's pretty important, and it touches on a number of concepts that are identified in the long-range plan and the State of the System report, as well as our annual target setting process. So the way that Table 2 is produced is TPO staff meets with each of the jurisdictions every year, usually around the end of February, early March, and we talk to them about what their existing priorities are. If in that conversation they tell us that we have projects on Table 2 that are no longer priorities for the agency, they can request that we remove them. And on the flip side, if there are new priorities for the agency, they can submit a request in writing to add those projects to the upcoming year's TIP Table 2. Once the agencies submit those projects to us in a written letter, that means that they want us to consider them as priorities. So we take all of those projects that have been submitted, we place them into one of our 5 investment programs that are shown on the right-hand side of this slide. We organize them based on the purpose that each project meets. From there, we try to find relevant data so that we can evaluate what the impact of each of those projects will be, and we use pretty specific criteria when we're measuring the impact. Based on the results of our evaluation, we rank the priorities in order from most impactful to least. So like I said, the order of Table 2 is relevant. Projects that are listed at the very top of Table 2 mean that they're going to have a larger impact on an urgent need in the community than some of the projects that fall a little bit lower down on the list. Once those projects are ranked in order, our staff work with each of the agencies to identify funding that each of the projects submitted might be eligible for. Which funding source they are eligible for is based on the type of project, as well as the type of facility that's in need of the improvement or the jurisdiction managing it. Our staff makes suggestions for the jurisdictions about what funding source might be most applicable, like what funding source they should go after based on different eligibility requirements. And the agencies may choose to apply for the suggested funding sources, or they might choose to go after a different pot of money. It all kind of depends. Those pots of money that are available are abbreviated in the column that I've circled in red. And there's a glossary in the tip explaining what the eligibility requirements are for each of these funding sources. But some of the most common ones, the ones that appear somewhat frequently, are SU, SU funds are probably the most flexible because they can be spent on a variety of projects, mass transit, bike ped, roads and highways. A lot of projects could be funded with that source. Some more special purpose sources are TA, like transportation alternatives. That funding source is intended to be used for smaller multimodal projects like bike ped facilities, trails, or recreational trails to be specific, and some others. And then we have some that are very specific into what kinds of projects they could fund, like the County Incentive Grants Program. That funding source is intended to provide grants to counties specifically for projects that are going to alleviate traffic congestion on the state highway system. So there's at least 3 different criteria for using that pot of money, whereas some of the funds are quite a bit more flexible. Aside from the suggested funding column on tip table 2, another good resource to help everyone understand the tip and the implications for the projects is the mapping app that our staff built a number of years ago. The mapping app has a list of all the projects that are in the currently adopted tip, and it's available on our website. The link to that tool is at the top of this slide. If you click on the button that I've circled in red, it allows you to see which projects are located in parts of the county that have a high proportion of racial or ethnic minorities, or a high proportion of low-income households. That was a change that we made this year based on some feedback we got from the CAC ad hoc committee. They helped us quite a bit in producing this year's tip. And in the future, we're hoping to be able to add information like some data showing what the rates of growth are for different communities across the county, which we believe might help explain why certain projects would be necessary at certain locations. All right, so that wraps up almost all the information that you need to interpret the tip. Now in section 2, I'm going to cover the changes that have been made to the 3 tables for this year's update. So beginning with table 1. This year's update to table 1 was pretty dramatic. In the past, table 1 didn't really have a logic to how it was ordered. Projects were just added to the list as soon as they received construction funds, and you didn't really get a good sense of what the project was attempting to achieve by looking at it. So we made an effort to simplify and color code it. The red projects, of course, correspond to our State of Good Repair investment program. Those are like infrastructure or maintenance projects. Orange is Vision Zero, which are safety projects. Purple is smart cities. So those are reliability enhancers or congestion reduction projects. Blue are transit, real choices when not driving, and green are the major capacity projects. This past year, a number of projects were removed from the list because construction was complete. Beginning at the top, Marion Transit Center concrete improvements were completed. There was a Bush Boulevard resurfacing project, maintenance to the streetcar track, some safety projects at Stowers and Summerfield Elementaries were completed. There were some operational improvements on Courtney Campbell and Dale Mabry. We had 2 transit projects complete. One is the Hart Airporter, and the second was some operational funds for the Cross Bay Ferry. And lastly, there was a capacity project on Bruce B. Downs between Pebble Creek Drive and County Line Road. There were 4 projects that were removed from table 1, but they haven't been completed yet. These were at the request of some of the agencies across the county. To begin with, a safety project on Rome Ave was removed because it's part of the Tampa West River Build Grant. So that project is actually still moving forward, but now it doesn't need funding through the MPO process because it's funded with a different pot of funds. The Selman Greenway project has been postponed and was removed at the request of THEA because during the design process, they learned that the trailhead could have created a dangerous situation because the access road to the trailhead would have been too close to a major intersection. So that was removed and needs to go back to design. The 2 segments of Green Artery that you see at the bottom, segment D is currently under design and segment E is also under design. That phase is almost complete. The projects were removed because the city decided to use local funds for design. The phase of the project was small in scope, so using the local funds made a lot more sense rather than federalizing the project, because that would have subjected them to a lot more requirements. So for the purpose of expediting that, they decided to fund it locally. And we had a bunch of projects that were added to Table 1 this year because they have secured funding to begin construction within the next 5 years. Those projects are bus replacements for HART, bus stop capital repairs, maintenance of the T-BARTA Vanpool fleet. There were a couple resurfacing and bridge repair projects, 4 safety projects actually. One on Fowler Ave from Florida to 56th Street, and another which has an asterisk, and I'll cover why that is toward the very end of the presentation. Florida Ave from I-275 to I-75, and then 2 phases of the Green Spine, 2A and 3C. There was an intersection project on US 41 at Palm River Road, several projects that are part of the Tampa West Riverwalk connection, and a major capacity project, Rio Street from Gray to Cypress, connecting the Howard Franklin Bridge Trail to the street network in Tampa. All right, so that wraps up Table 1. Table 2 is the part of the TIP that requires the most time and effort to put together as well as interpret. As I mentioned before, Table 2 is a list of priority projects that are seeking funding. We have performance targets relevant to each one of the 5 investment programs. And you all should be pretty familiar with this because we set these targets every other year and in some cases every year. The idea being that if we prioritize these projects in the TIP, we can move the needle on our current performance, and eventually we'll be achieving the targets that this board has adopted. So for the first investment program, State of Good Repair and Resilience, the one colored in red, we have targets specifically pertaining to the condition of pavement on our road network, bridges, as well as transit assets. Because there are so many kinds of these projects, we don't prioritize individual bridge and pavement projects with performance data. We already understand that there's a huge need for maintenance of our assets. So what the TPO staff typically do is we don't rank them. We just end up allocating about $4 million in SU funds to HART each year. And they use it typically for transit maintenance projects like bus replacements or bus stop repair. We had one addition to this investment program this year, and that is to repair or replace the HART heavy maintenance facility. As you can see, it's a pretty big project. It's also HART's top priority. The request this year was for $65 million to complete construction, but HART staff is working on breaking that project down into a series of smaller pieces so that it can be funded over time. The second investment program is our safety program, and we call that Vision Zero. We establish safety targets for this project or for this program every year, and we pay a lot of attention to crashes that result in fatalities or serious injuries. And we believe, again, that if we continue to prioritize these projects in the TIP, that we can bring these numbers down over time. The performance criteria that we use for Vision Zero submissions is we take the previous 5 years of crash data, we filter out only the fatal and serious injury crashes, and we divide the total number of fatality and injury crashes by the number of miles for each of these projects. We added quite a few projects this year because we believe that they will improve safety, and the statistics have shown that they'll have a significant impact. So beginning with the 6th priority on the list, the Dale Mabry project got a score of 12.64. Just to contextualize, the West Shore Boulevard Complete Street project, once completed, we believe will reduce the crash rate, which was 10.68 fatal and injury crashes per mile, and it kind of goes down the list. At the number 10 spot, there's a project on Martin Luther King Boulevard from US 301 to Turkey Creek Road. There's a sidewalk project on Tomlin Middle School, and another one, both of these I believe are in Plant City, to fill in sidewalks around Marshall Middle School. There's a safety project on Lois Ave from Kennedy Boulevard to Boy Scout. There are 2 projects in Temple Terrace. One's on Bullard Parkway from Glen Arvin to 78th Street. Another's on Davis Road from Morris Bridge to Temple Terrace Highway. There's 2 more in Tampa. One is West Shore Boulevard from Fair Oaks Ave to Neptune Way. And lastly, Ashley Drive from Tyler to Laurel Street. The third investment program is called Smart Cities, and this investment program is related to reliability, enhancing reliability. We already know that much of the county's roads are already congested. So rather than attempting to alleviate congestion at very specific locations, our goal with this program is to make travel times more consistent on a daily basis. And some of the projects that are submitted that fall into this program can vary considerably. So we use a variety of performance metrics for this program just because the projects are so different that it's really difficult to compare them apples to apples. We have to employ a variety of metrics like peak period travel time index, delay measured in minutes. If it's an intersection project, we can measure delay at the quarter-mile approaches. If it's a project around a specific location, we can look at delay on all of the roads within a square mile of that specific point. And for some of the transit projects, we added a new metric this year to measure on-time performance. So 3 of the submissions that we got this year are all in Plant City. They're all intersection improvements. The first is Alexander Street at Jim Johnson Road. Next, Alexander Street at James Redmond Parkway. And then lastly, South Park Road at Coronet. And the submission we got from HART was for scheduling software. That's going to help improve scheduling of buses and employees. And as a matter of fact, help buses get to their destination on time. The 4th investment program is Real Choices When Not Driving, which focuses on multimodal projects to enhance the ability for folks to walk, bike to their destination, and some transit projects. The performance criteria that we use are measuring the population density within a short walk to a trail or a side path, as well as the population density within a short walk of a transit line that has frequent bus service. So some of the priorities that we added this year include a request from the City of Tampa to fund 14th Street North, which runs parallel to the Green Spine through Ybor City. The second is a project to fill in a gap along Adamo Drive Greenway between 22nd and 34th Streets. Next is a footbridge on Whiteway Drive in Temple Terrace that would be capable of supporting pedestrians, cyclists, and low-speed vehicles. And then last, the South Tampa Greenway at Picnic Island Park. The last investment program is major investments for economic growth. We also call this major capacity projects, so you might hear me interchange those 2 terms. To evaluate these projects, we first look at whether or not the projects will help people get access to job centers. That's where the economic growth part comes in. After we look at whether or not they're meeting a need of getting people to work, we look at volume to capacity ratio, and that gives us an idea of how congested the corridors are that lead to those job centers. And then finally, we take a look at delay reduction. That gives us a sense of how much traffic will be relieved if the project is to move forward in construction. This year, we have 5 new submissions, including the West Shore Interchange, the North-South Metro Rapid, AKA the Tampa Arterial BRT. There's a safety project on Brush Street from Whiting to Kennedy, which is in support of the Water Street development downtown. The 4th submission is a widening project on Gibsonton Drive from I-75 to 301 to make it 6 lanes. And then lastly, a project on Big Bend Road to make that 6 lanes between US 41 and Covington Garden and Simmons Loop Road to 301. A lot of projects were programmed this year, not necessarily priorities, but they're still notable. So some of the ones I want to call attention to are HART's Route 11 bus service that it's going to serve the West Shore District. There were also some intersection improvements at several locations across South County. We had a few safety projects. There's one on Twiggs in downtown. There's one on Tampa Street and Florida Ave in Tampa Heights. And there's another one on Bush Boulevard in Forest Hills. Table 3 is really, really long. So to summarize, this year, funds were programmed for more than 100 capital maintenance projects, which are going to move forward. About 40 safety projects, 30 for congestion relief, 13 walk, bike, or transit projects, and 23 major capacity. The pie chart on the screen right now shows a breakdown of how funding is allocated according to the 5 investment programs, and we added a 6th to cover miscellaneous projects. The miscellaneous category is projects that support the network but aren't necessarily transportation specifically. So a lot of projects from the port and the airport fall in there, as well as like pesticide applications for landscaping, things like that. As you can see from the pie chart, about 2/3 of the available funds are programmed for capacity projects, followed by maintenance, and then that miscellaneous category. And here's a snapshot of some projects that are receiving new funding this fiscal year. This pic is a screen grab of the flyer that we mailed out to residents in preparation for tonight's public hearing. We sent this flyer out to residents that live near locations receiving projects that are on this list. I've already covered most of them on my other slides, but 2 other projects that I wanted to call out specifically are one for integrated corridor management along I-4 from central Tampa to the Polk County line. That's a really big project that you may be familiar with called the I-4 frame. The goal of that project is to deploy technologies that will allow the district to relieve congestion on I-4 without having to widen it. And another project I want to call out is the I-4, I-75 interchange between Orient and Mango Roads. District 7 is looking to modify the ramps there and add some auxiliary lanes, which will help improve merging. All right, so this is the last section, and I have a few more slides left. I want to take some time to explain an equity analysis that we produced this year. So what you're seeing on the screen is a table that represents the first draft of an equity analysis for all of the new projects that are included in this year's TIP. We've done mapping analysis to provide a proxy for equity in the past, but this is a little bit more of a statistical approach. So to produce this, we first looked at what percentage of the county's population is comprised of folks living in racial and ethnic minority neighborhoods or low-income neighborhoods. We use those 3 numbers in the middle column that I'm kind of hovering over with my cursor right now to establish the threshold. So when you see 17.8%, that means 17.8% of the entire county's population are living in a neighborhood that has a high proportion of racial minorities. And those numbers mean the same thing for each one of those categories. So those numbers that are in the middle column represent the threshold. Based on that, we then looked at where the TIP projects are located to see if the investments in those neighborhoods are either above or below the threshold. If the investments in that community exceed the standard, it's colored in green. And if it's below, it gets colored in red. We chose not to use that red-green color scheme for the major capacity projects because we don't believe it's objectively true that putting those projects in a neighborhood will represent an improvement to the folks who are living there. So we flagged that statistic in yellow to like literally highlight that there's a disproportionate amount of capacity projects that are located in low-income communities. As far as regional coordination, we're currently coordinating with the other MPOs and TPOs across Tampa Bay to finalize some lists of regionally significant projects. Each year, the 6 MPOs and TPOs, which include Hernando, Citrus, Pinellas, Pasco, Polk, us, Sarasota, and Manatee, our staff all get together and we try to identify projects that we believe will have an impact on regional travel or which will help complete the statewide bike network. We do that coordination because we want to make sure that the projects that are listed in our TIP are consistent with the goals and needs of the region, that they're not benefiting one county to the detriment of another. And then in addition to that coordination piece, to be eligible for certain funding sources, projects that are listed in the Hillsborough TIP need to be prioritized, of course, in TIP Table 2, and also in one of the 3 regional priority lists that are going to be adopted on June 25th. So I'm going to go through each one of those regionally significant project lists real quick. The first is the Transportation Regional Incentive Program priorities, also known as TRIP. TRIP is a funding source that applies to projects that will improve regional travel and commerce. Over the past couple of years, my team worked with the Pasco MPO staff to put this draft list together. We also scored the projects and we're going to submit them to the formerly CCC for consideration on June 25th. At the very top of the list is the West Shore Interchange. That means that it's the top priority for TRIP funding, and it's currently the only Hillsborough project that's on the top 10 list. But we got a new submission this year from Hillsborough County for Big Bend Road, which I've colored in yellow on the right side of the screen. So this is what that project looks like, Big Bend Road. It's also known as the bookends of the corridor. The project goes from US 41 to Covington Garden Drive on the west side, and on the east side, it's Simmons Loop Road to US 301, and the project will widen it from 4 to 6 lanes. The county's requesting $13.8 million to fund construction. You may notice that the middle portion is missing, and that's because the county's already received some funding for it, a combination of local, state, and federal funds. And it was also formally on the TRIP priority list, but now the bookends are submitted to add. The next regional list is the Regional Multi-Use Trail Priorities, also known as the MUT. The MUT priority list projects have a goal of creating a continuous statewide bike network. There are 9 regional priorities that are located in Hillsborough, and moving down the list, the second priority on this list is the South Tampa Greenway from Manhattan Ave to Interbay Boulevard, followed by the Bypass Canal. The Bypass Canal is Temple Terrace's top priority. I believe that it's currently in PD&E phase, and once that's completed, Temple Terrace is going to submit a specific funding request as a follow-up, and that request will probably get added to the list next year. Number 4 on this list is Hillsborough County's South Coast Greenway from Adamo to the Manatee County line. In 8th place is the Gandy Bridge Trail. That project is also under PD&E, and then once that's completed, there will be a specific funding request at a later time. Number 10 on this list is Adamo Drive. I've already mentioned this project because it's a submission for our Table 2. That's a project to fill in gaps between 22nd and 34th Street. Next is the Dale Mabry Overpass, which is going to connect the north and south portions of the road crossing over I-275. The next project is the Upper Tampa Bay Trail. There's no funding request for that this year, but we were asked to keep it on the list because funding may be requested at a future time. Moving toward the end of the list, Howard Franklin Bridge Trail and its connections to the street network. There's already some funds for construction, and I've already mentioned that it was added to our Table 1 this year. And finally, Maydale Bridge, which will connect the Selman Greenway to the South Coast Greenway. That project also has some construction funds attached to it. Finally, I'm almost done. The last list that we need to cover is major regional priorities. These projects are candidates for some specific statewide funds. There are 3 projects on this list that fall within Hillsborough County. And number 2 on the list is the downtown interchange safety fixes, followed by the I-75 interchange at Gibsonton Drive, and lastly, HART's study of acquiring the CSX right away. The draft tip and tables that I've presented to you this evening have already been posted on the tip webpage for longer than 30 days. We've been soliciting comments from the public on Facebook, Twitter. We created a hotline so that folks could log on and leave a voicemail. We've received a bunch of emails, so we believe that we fulfilled our obligation to produce the tip with feedback from the public. And then, of course, we have the public hearing tonight, and we're going to take comment from folks live as soon as I'm done, I imagine. And I want to also cover some feedback that we received from the committees. The CAC was instrumental in allowing us to put this year's tip update together. I mentioned earlier that there was a CAC ad hoc committee that was created, and a number of folks from the CAC attended. They told us parts of the tip that they felt were very confusing. And so our goal for this year was to simplify and clarify all the information, not only to put a list in front of folks, but to have them understand how and why the lists are produced. When we presented this update of the tip to the CAC last week, they made a motion to strike some language from Table 2, priority number 47, which is the downtown interchange. They asked that we strike the language from that description that I've highlighted in red and struck through on this slide. So that was a motion made by the CAC, and their chair, Bill Roberts, mentioned it to you. It's also in the committee reports in your agenda packet. The recommended action for the board this evening is to approve the Transportation Improvement Program update for fiscal year 21-22 through 25-26 and approve the TIP priority list, which is table 2. I have to mention that, I want to go back to much earlier in the presentation where I mentioned that a project on Fowler Ave in table 1 had an asterisk. Earlier today, we caught an error that needs to be corrected. And so we're asking that if you approve the tip this evening, you add on that a correction needs to be made to move a project listed in table 1 on line 36, Fowler Ave from I-275 to I-75 needs to be moved back to table 2 because not all of the project has been funded yet. There's a portion from 50th Street to I-75 that does not have construction funds associated. And so to complete that project, we want to put it back on table 2 so we can continue advocating for some funds. And that about wraps it up for my portion. I'm going to go back to the slide with the recommended action for it, and I suppose turn it over to you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you. And that was really, really a terrific presentation. I know that you crammed a lot of information into as brief of a summary as you possibly could. I know that the board members have had the backup tables for some time. If it's all right with the board, I think we're going to do public comment directly now, and then we will come back to everyone for discussion and questions once we've done that. So I know that there is some public comment that we are going to hear tonight live. And we have 3 minutes allotted per speaker, and we can proceed with that.
First on the list for public comment is Ronald Weaver.
Mr. Chairman, can the committee hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the TPO. I rise on 5 very quick points. The first is to respectfully ask that in that 16 cities in America that are getting some money to look at whether or not they should tear down their interstate, that we very, very circumspect before we tear down I-275, considering the cross streets and considering the need to maintain that path for transit and needing to make sure that we don't have to pay the DOT back the $4 or $6 or $8 or billion they've spent on the I-275. While I do commend those cities and maybe the 16 cities, including Tampa, named by the feds, should find occasion where indeed an interstate can be torn down, I do not yet see the basis for doing that to I-275 and its vital artery for this entire region and the state. Number 2, with respect to priority 47, which Mr. Wong just explained, it was the CAC had voted 10-6 to remove the additional lane in each direction in the neighborhood of Bears. I respectfully would not support that. I think we need to continue to expand the I-275 in all particulars, so we don't have taperings and backups and bottlenecks, that we continue to maintain the integrity of all of the improvements of I-275 and its crucial path to Pasco, Westby Chapel, and the rest of the state. Number 3, I would ask that you please give close attention, as Kulik will speak to it, I'm sure, the item 48 West Shore Interchange. Number 4, that you please keep, as I believe you had a tie vote by the CAC with respect to keeping the Ybor Interchange, please do keep the 14th and the 15th with the signalization and slowing them down, yes, but keeping the crucial relief of the downtown interchange by keeping the Ybor exit, which I believe the CAC was a tie vote, which means no action was taken on their part. I respectfully urge you to keep in the Ybor exit and the 14th and the 15th with some improvements I'm going to get to in a moment. For the main reason I stand up is for the 7 parcels, $2.5 million in your TIP tonight for the Transportation Improvement Program for this 5-year funding. And I believe that was approved by the CAC 14-2. I commend those 14 members of the CAC who saw what I believe to be an absolutely urgent need for these 7, because in this 2045 plan, It is a quick fix. It is a compromise. It is not the 200 pieces or the 30 pieces or the 100 pieces that were discussed for the last 5 years that I've spoken on this subject each of those 5 years. And during those 5 years, respectfully, if the 200 would-be parcels is reduced to only 7 and only $2.5 million, and they're based on safety, and they can achieve a 20 to 35% improvement of safety. That's 20 to 35%. I remember the math of these 5 years. I've spoken of this interchange, and the math is that by 2040, this interchange will be 240% of capacity. Not 150, not 180.
Mr.
but
Weaver, your time is up.
240%.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
but
Mr.
your time
Chairman.
is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Michelle Knoyer.
Hello?
I'm not seeing Michelle on.
All right.
Moving along, we have Alexandra Kalel.
I'm not seeing Alexandra on as well.
Next is Michelle Cookson.
Michelle, can you hear us? Michelle, if you could hear us? It sounds like she is not listening.
All right. Well, maybe perhaps we can return to her. That sounds like there's some audio difficulty there.
We have Camilla Casanova.
Ms. Casanova, are you with us?
I'm not seeing Miss Casanova on.
We have Nathan Hagan.
Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm here to comment on lines 47 and 49 with respect to 275. Respectfully, hopefully this comes off a little bit spicy to get a point across. I'm new to this process, so I'm also glad to hear any feedback. First, I want to acknowledge the need for safe transit options for people in Hillsborough County. I think everyone is on the same page about that. I know it's very intuitive to say that adding a lane to the flyover at Malfunction Junction will reduce the persistent traffic pileup and that will improve safety. I don't think it's useful to dispute that. I think we all know that that just makes sense. But I think you've been given a false choice by FDOT, and you have responsibility to call it out for what it is. There are other options to address this problem that are more cost-effective and more aligned with our long-term vision for transportation in Tampa. I'm not at all convinced that it's a problem that requires a $150 million solution that increases flow rather than taking steps to reduce speed and reduce weaving I don't want to be patronizing, for example, by adding delineators or other markings and other minor improvements that would prevent weaving in traffic. So as far as I can tell, we're considering this now because we've negotiated down from a complete rebuild that was proposed by FDOT, not because FDOT is primarily concerned with the needs of our city or county. Yesterday's Pride muck-up in Jacksonville should be a loud reminder of that and where FDOT stands on communities. I think that's important to mention FDOT specifically because the policy dynamics that have led us to be talking about this $150 million lane addition here are part of the broader problem that we need to be addressing and how we think about transit in Tampa. Capitulating on this just reinforces those institutional dynamics that are driving us away from where we want to go. No doubt they're popular because there's more educated needed in our community. We don't talk about this. We don't have a serious conversation in our communities about where we go from here and what we need to be moving, or that we need to be moving in a radically different direction once we get new transit revenues. This is just one step forward and 3 steps back. That's regarding the flyover project, which is has a genuine safety component. It's just a bad solution, in my opinion, to a well-known problem in our community. The Barris South project, I think, is truly awful. Anyone who has a modicum of knowledge about traffic flows knows that there's this money down the drain. I don't think there's a genuine safety concern that this substantively addresses. Everyone on this call knows what induced demand is. They know exactly why I think this is a waste of money, for safety and congestion. I think this is a definition of bad transportation investment in 2021. I hear discussion about the only thing that this may help with is capacity, but capacity is a land use issue, not a highway issue. We need to reduce the trips. We don't need to add capacity. This is a fundamental mistake that this community continues to make every single time this comes up. $260 million for 2.5 miles of road, where road already exists, no meaningful safety improvements or long-term congestion reduction, $100 million per mile, no land use changes, no transit upgrades. I assume the only reason this is being considered is because the money is use it or lose it. It's infrastructure dollars being spent in our community, or it's just that the board does not understand the relationship between land use and transportation. I don't think that's the case. Anyways, just because you can't doesn't mean you should. I think this is also really important in the context of what we're hopefully going to be doing in the next couple of years. How can you claim to be responsible stewards of our transit
Sir,
money?
your time is up. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Sharon Graham.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the TPO. I am Sharon Graham, a longtime resident and owner of a private practice here in Hillsborough County. I am asking that you strike all of the following: all interstate expansion on 275 through Seminole Heights, which is Table 2, Item 47. Operational improvements for the DTI, Item 49, including ROW acquisition and expansion in Ybor. Exits on 14th and 15th Streets in Ybor City, and adding a lane to the flyover from southbound 275 to eastbound I-4. Also for express lanes on 275 between West Shore and downtown, Item 48. Research shows the expansion of our interstates simply produces induced demand and will fail to solve our traffic issues. Additionally, and what should be most important, are its significantly harmful effects on the health and safety of our residents. The Air Resources Board recommends against building homes within 500 feet of freeways. The pollution they produce significantly increases one's risk of cancer, asthma, heart disease, and other illnesses. We the people oppose any new interstate capacity. We oppose any new property acquired. We support investment in public transit and the research and design laid out in the Boulevard Tampa study. We support and deserve improvement of existing roads and transit alternatives that will encourage and support healthier lifestyles and a healthier environment and ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joshua Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, TPO board members. I have the pleasure of serving as Hillsborough County's appointed member to the TPARTA CAC, as well as the YCDC's Planning, Infrastructure, and Economic Development Committee co-chair. That's a mouthful. The following views are solely my own, though. I'm speaking tonight against items 47, 48, and 49, calling for another round of interstate expansion, and ask that you, our most transit-friendly and knowledgeable TPO board in recent memory, once and for all end the failed practice of sacrificing the long-term health and economic resiliency of our city, county, and region for more cars, more trips, more crashes, more fatalities, more inequity, and more right-of-way. 1950s engineering practice, such as what is being proposed, should be considered no longer acceptable by this board. I know you have the foresight to recognize these items, which all add capacity to our interstate highway, will only make problems worse. Simply put, more lanes mean more cars, and more cars mean more congestion, more pollution, and more cost. Doubling the flyover will double traffic on the flyover. It will increase speed, crashes, and fatalities. Adding new general use lanes through Seminole Heights will add more cars on Hillsborough, Nebraska, Florida, and MLK, as well as the interstate. Taking just 7 properties today will lead to 70 more in the future. There is no such thing as a quick fix. Adding capacity only makes shifting those trips to other modes even more difficult. If you think these expansions will not impact ridership on a future CSX commuter rail, streetcar extension, or Florida Avenue BRT, then you're sadly mistaken. If you are for transit or have campaigned as a champion for transit, you should be against these items. I've said it before and I'll repeat it now. Each and every project approved by this board needs to be reducing trips now and for the future. The burden of proof is on FDOT, not the community, to show their work plan will achieve this, especially in an era where remote working has already reduced trips and may permanently alter how we commute for the next half century or more. Ask more of them, not as punishment, but as their and your responsibility for excellence. Less impactful is not good enough. You can change that today. Plan for a future without this interstate. Plan for a future with other mobility options tonight. Plan for a future where these TIP hearings produce projects that move more people in a safer, sustainable, and more equitable way. Flip that pie chart around. 2/3 of our money should not be being spent on capacity, and more money should not be being spent on a miscellaneous category than for transit. Do that by removing item 47, 48, and 49 from the TIP, and lead this region and this state into a future that others are already accomplishing or risk falling even further behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. Next speaker?
Connie Rose is donating her time to Rick Fernandez, but I'd like to verify that she is on the line. Connie Rose, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Rick Fernandez?
Yo, I am here.
All right, and I believe that you have 6 minutes. The clock says 3, but we will, here we go. All right, 6 minutes. Go ahead.
So I was the next one up anyway? Okay, cool. All right, well, I've just hit my timer. First of all, I want to associate myself with the comments just made by Sharon Graham and Josh Frank. I really would like to avoid repeating what they've said. I don't know that I could have said it any better. So thank you, both of you, for what you did there. My name, Rick Fernandez, 2906 North Elmore in Tampa Heights. I'm your CAC Vice Chair. Like Josh, I am speaking, however, for myself only. I have supplied written comments previously by Facebook and email, which I understand have been supplied to all of you. Maybe some of you have read them. I hope so. I incorporate them by reference. I stand opposed to those remnants of the old TBX project that still appear in our TIP. They're like bad pennies, will not go away. They're still there now. And for purposes of this discussion, as I said before, we're talking about Table 2, line items 47, 48, and 49 that Josh and Sharon addressed. In the aggregate, these line items reflect many of the same proposals that we have been fighting for over 6 years now. For instance, the proposed addition of new lane capacity to resolve congestion. We know for reasons that others have already discussed that induced demand as a principle puts the lie to that strategy. That is simply a strategy doomed to fail. We'll wind up with a larger parking lot. And the place where we see that probably most dramatically is with line item 47, but not only there, it's also in line item 48 with the flyover lane going from southbound 275 to eastbound I-4. But even more dramatically at line item 47, which are the two general use lanes that FDOT wants to impose on Seminole Heights and Points North, one north and one southbound. These are projects that have been roundly opposed by the Seminole Heights community and other surrounding communities. Your CAC, as you heard earlier, recommended striking that project from the TIP. And I'll remind you, several of you, 6 or 7 of you last year, also voted against that particular project. So I hope you'll stand firm on that. Another project or proposal that we've heard consistently now for 6 years, since 2015, is the idea of express lanes. To this day, we still don't know what the Department of Transportation intends to do to us with regards to express lanes. This is in particular with relation to the Section 5 area between West Shore and downtown. That's the TB Next demarcation for that area. We don't know if they're planning managed variable rate toll lanes that will rise and fall with demand. We don't know if they're talking about static tolls or no tolls. The fact is, as Johnny Wong told us in his slideshow, this tip is supposed to be specific and accurate. As to this item, it is neither. We don't know what it is DOT is proposing. We don't know if we should be against it or for it. At this point, quite frankly, they need to fish or cut bait. Either tell us the direction that they're taking us or it needs to be stricken. I've asked for you to strike it. The final area that I'm concerned with is the expansion of the interstate footprint. taking additional right-of-way and structures while also displacing people. Many of you of the elected class have run campaigns telling us that you would never allow that to happen again. This is your chance to be a hero and step up in opposing line item 49 of Table 2, in particular the language regarding the new ramp lane from westbound I-4 to northbound 275. To accomplish that movement, we now know that DOT will need to expand the right-of-way and acquire additional properties along 14th Avenue and Columbus. We know that because there was a TIP amendment requested just last month, and you guys voted for it, MPO, TPO board, $2.5 million. Now that was for 7 parcels, 6 of which are within VME-BOR, but we're not just talking about 6 or 7 parcels. I confirmed with DOT yesterday, actually, with Mary Lou Godfrey, that there are actually 15 other parcels that have been acquired previous to this during a time frame ranging back to the year 2000. So we're actually talking about 21 parcels in this area of the DTI that have been acquired for a grand total of $5 million over that 21-year period of time. That's a lot of green space taken up, a lot of green space to be concreted and asphalted over, and people displaced. Those 6 properties that are in VME-BOR now are occupied, and those people will need to be displaced. Why? I don't know. Finally, I've got about 30 seconds. Please note an inconsistency in your notice here regarding the right-of-way acquisition in Ybor City. In 2019 and 2020, the TIP document referred specifically to right-of-way and said that right-of-way was not anticipated. They weren't going to need to expand the footprint. That was true until last month when that TIP Amendment 21 was approved by you folks. Now we know that they intend to take additional right-of-way. Look at your TIP document today. The right-of-way acquisition is not in the TIP document. There's no way that an average citizen could look at your documents now and know that that is planned. There's a
Mr.
problem there.
Fernandez.
It's a bad look for DOT and
Fernandez.
for you. Yes, sir, I'm done. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments.
Ann Kulig?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Cohen and members of the TPO. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Ann Kulig on behalf of the West Shore Alliance, 3109 West Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. I'm here to offer our support as an organization for approval of the TIP, especially including the West Shore Interchange and the enhanced connections to downtown Tampa. You know, we had hoped we were past this. The pandemic obviously had an impact on all budgets, including FDOT's budget. As you recall, last year we anticipated that this was going to be funded within the 5 years, and we understand now that it's been pushed out a year or two. We're hopeful that as FDOT works on their budget and the dollars they're getting from the federal government and other efficiencies, we may be able to see that moved back. But more importantly, and in addition, we're pleased to see the West Shore Complete Streets project, the Lois Avenue safety improvements, the Rio Street bike and ped connections to the trail, the Dale Mabry pedestrian overpass. All of these are critical companion projects that improve safety on the street network surrounding the interstate in West Shore. So we're thrilled to see those. Finally, and in the letter that our organization sent to you, I had mentioned one thing that, although not in this year's TIP, we encourage you to work with HART and FDOT to really reinstate a priority for high-capacity east-west transit connecting East Tampa to West Shore. Your 2018 TIP, there was $2.5 million in FDOT funding for the PD&E for an east-west Metro Rapid. At the 11th hour, that money was reallocated to the current North-South Florida Fowler HART arterial BRT, and it appears that the east-west program has kind of fallen off the list. So now, you know, you have the streetcar extension, which is fantastic. You have the arterial BRT, HART is studying. You've also added the CSX. So you have 3 major transit projects to connect downtown Tampa to the USF area, but you have no strong plan for an east-west connection across our county. So we hope that, you know, like I said, you can work with FDOT, with HART, to reprioritize this in the future. We will certainly be advocating with both those organizations. And with that, I will end my comments and thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Miguel Munoz.
I'm not seeing Miguel on the line.
Shane Rigel.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Hello, board. My name is Shane Regal. I'm coming to you from 507 East Florabraska Avenue. I am just 5 homes away from the 275 South I-4 East flyover. This week each year marks a couple of events in my life. It's my birthday this week. The tip always happens to fall this week, as well as it's my semi-annual house cleaning where I scrub the exterior of the house. It makes me think about the air and what my neighbors are breathing in, and what every year goes by that we're all ingesting, and then the decisions that you all are making and how that comes into play. We are the neighbors who don't get to just be on 275 for a couple hours each day. We get to be on 275 365 days a year. And so it really makes me want to think, do I come and say I oppose all the things? And you've heard a lot of neighbors of mine and neighbors in the area. Do I just continue those, or do I ask you to put guardrails up? So, first thing we have to say is I will echo the comments of the past speakers saying that Table 2, line 47, 48, 49, as well as Table 3, ending in 561, all provided means to put more cars in the road to encourage sprawl and to ask the county's urban core to subsidize the decisions made of those who wish to live in less dense areas but want to cut time on their commute through the day. That said, I see the writing on the wall. We've heard the overwhelming praise of FDOT, but it's one thing I want to call out is that the goals of FDOT and the goals of our county are not necessarily in the same place. They are sometimes in conflict, and we need to realize that Tallahassee is not a friend of Hillsborough. We have differing goals. And what we need to realize is that we are a small transit-desiring dot in the middle of a highway expanding sea. So, with that, some guardrails. The flyover on 49, in item 49, that's dangerous. On peak hours, it's going to be even more dangerous on off-peak hours. I hear motorcycles every single evening racing across that flyover. You're going to now have side-by-side drag racing lines that can go over that flyover. The FDOT needs to put something in place that's going to monitor, regulate, close, do something to make sure that's not happening. Additionally, you cannot put any barriers in the air. That flyover is going to have plenty of sound and pollution getting into the area. You also cannot drop traffic onto 14th and 15th, onto a historic grid. La Segunda's on that road. You're going to have, there's a church on that road. You're going to have so many cars going into the area that it's something that you need to consider. Additionally, what you need to look at is item 47. I completely support your Citizens Advisory Committee. That's just adding more cars onto the road and turning the spigot up.
Sir,
so
sir,
in 10 years, we're going to say...
your time is up. Thank you very much for your comments.
Janice Martin.
I'm not seeing Janice on the line.
Andy Van Cleve.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Andy. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and TPO for hearing my comment. I live in a neighborhood that is not usually mentioned in public media, which is Rivercrest, and I purchased a home here in 2006. And I was looking at your map of current projects, and my comments are basically about regarding projects with new funding and this year's TIP update. And one is categories repave roadways and improve drainage. Since I've lived in this neighborhood, the streets have not been repaved at all. And sometimes the streets or the condition of them are not only dangerous for bicycles, but they're also dangerous for cars. In addition to that, there is right-of-way property in front of a number of residents, homes, including mine, roughly 10 to 13 feet from the street. And in other residential neighborhoods, you see sidewalks that have been constructed, and you don't see any of that going on in Rivercrest. And one thing that concerns me is the amount of through traffic that has been going through the neighborhood. It has increased over the years. And additionally, I'm not against modernizing or extending the streetcar at all. I like the streetcar, but I was curious about any kind of commercial rezoning that occurs as you're extending the streetcar from downtown to Tampa Heights, and that increasing the amount of traffic, not only in Rivercrest, but also Seminole Heights. And while I understand that Tampa is a growing city and there's more and more people moving here, one thing that I'm concerned about is no action being taken to improve the roads, the residential neighborhood roads in Rivercrest and also other areas of Seminole Heights. And not only that, but also creating, sidewalks and safer safer routes for pedestrians. And those are my comments.
All right, thank you very much.
Maurizio Rosas.
Hi, Mauricio Rosas. Thank you, Mr. Chair and TPO board. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good. First, I want to point out that I noticed that the Ola Avenue Bikeway from 7th Avenue to 41 Florida Avenue, I think has lost the funding. We were told that it would have full funding for 2023. Maybe I may be looking at it incorrectly, but if you could, someone could please look at that. I think it's item number 440511 on one of the charts. And then the other thing is that the Seminole Heights community, the Urban Core, we strongly support the Florida Avenue arterial BRT. Do I also support that there's something should happen east-west? Absolutely. But we definitely need this corridor on Florida Avenue. We need a BRT. I'm going to read from the Tampa Bay Business Journal. There was a study commissioned by the Tampa Bay Partnership. Tampa Bay Business Journal, in conjunction with Tampa Bay Partnership and the University of Minnesota, and evaluated the planned future of the so-called 40-mile BRT. Rick Homan says, "We thought we would see some remarkable results for one project, the proposed 40-mile. I thought there was a mistake. It showed little impact to job access, and that led us to understand nothing is going to happen if we don't build out infrastructure and other premium projects. If the Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority and the Hillsborough Area Transit Authority were to significantly expand their bus routes and increase frequency, enhancing reliability, that would create new job accessibility to more than 26,000 people. That right there tells us that the section of the downtown interchange northbound on 275 is a piece of concrete that is not needed." So moving forward, Adele from Hart, she says, "Having someone who is not in transit doing this analysis just for pure reasons to understand really is the best way to get people to better paying jobs is valuable. The challenges that we have for places like Tampa is it was built with a suburban design. We have lost what Pinellas County had. They have a grid system. Our grid system is lost. How do we connect Brandon to downtown Tampa? How do we connect the West Shore area to Brandon? How do we connect this whole folly of saying Wesley Chapel? The so-called bus from Wesley Chapel to the airport, this beautiful, magnificent thing, turns out was a complete bust. A complete bust. So let's focus on building the infrastructure first.
Mr. Rosas, thank you. Your time is up, but thank you very much for your comments.
Very much.
Next, we have Lena Young Green.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all once again. I am want to say that I appreciate all of the projects that have been put forward, that's included in tonight's presentations, that increase walkability, bikeability, rollability, and ease the movement for residents of our community. I feel very disappointed, however, because here we are again, yet another year, trying to fight against TBX, talking about more expansion, talking about more broader footprints, talking about getting more cars, and repeating some of the things that we have been doing for 6 long years. We were very hopeful that with a change of many of our elected officials that who committed to being as concerned as we were back then about these items that I just talked about, that today our opportunity for getting change would be better than they were before. You still have the opportunity to address these items that are in number 47, 48, 49, that are so contrary to what we had hoped we had worked through over the last years. Here we are yet again talking about broader footprints. We're talking about additional roads, and feeling very disappointed that these are still included in this process. We have been advocating for highways to for interstates to highways, for highways to boulevards, and I'm asking that you please vote to bring that proposal forward. I have lived in Tampa Heights for almost 40 years. When I moved into this neighborhood, the sounds from the interstate were very, very more quiet than they are today. Today, it seems like though every time I open my door, open my window, there is more heavy traffic sounds coming from the interstate. There was a reference a few minutes ago to the minority community and the impact of transportation on us.
Ma'am.
We live close to this interstate.
Ms. Young Green, I apologize, but your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you.
Jose Salazar.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can.
All right, hi. My name is Jose Salazar. All right, I just had an energy, so I'm full of energy. I know I have 3 minutes. All right, I'm a graduated from USF, a Master's Urban Planning in 2014. I'm also a bicycle commuter and a public transportation commuter. So not only just talk the talk, I also walk the walk. I'm going to talk really fast now because of 3 minutes. I want to cover 2 subjects, the multimodal transportation and the bicycle green box. Now, the multimodal transportation, I've heard for years from this county and this council about multimodal transportation, but it hasn't been getting done. There's been plenty of reasons, but the most common one seems to be the engineering department. They either don't know how to let go of the car, can't let the car, or don't know how to let go of the car. Now, in all 3 cases, the common denominator is that they are outdated. You need to clean house if you want a true mode of transportation. Send a clear message to everybody else that is way past time for multimodal transportation away from the extremely expensive car transportation network. Send this message not just to everybody, but including yourself. Hire an engineer from an NPO that did get the job done. All right. Now, I don't know if you know it or not because you guys have a paycheck that's way above minimum wage. But the economy has fallen, past tense. Suitcase City has grown. There's a growing economic class of people who have a car to keep the job, to have the car. Study after study has shown that the car sucks up a lot of the money from the local economy. Now, in the future, this relates about the engineering that you have a business structure issue. You have to clear house. because in the future you're going to get a whole lot more money from the federal government. But because of inflation or maybe hyperinflation, it's going to be worth a whole lot less. Now, on the bicycle green box project over here, most urban planners call this the green box from Portland. I have been proposing this since 2012, 2014, so I've been at it for a while. Now, right now I'm saying stop the project. Time is money is being wasted because it is being implemented wrong. It looks like somebody just copied and pasted from Portland, Oregon, and put it over here without taking into account that Hillsborough County does not have a bicycle culture or bicycle transportation network, really. All right, you can tell because there is no change in bicycle commuting. As a matter of fact, I can go down the list that is actually less safe than it was before. But right now, I'm just going to focus on the intersection. All right. Now, last week I talked to Gina Torres about on Vision Zero, and I told her about a video called the Junction Do It the Dutch Friendly Way, because it has to be done right, otherwise it's not going to work. By the way, there is supposed to be a green box in the intersection for the bicycle commuters for safety. There isn't one. In order to get this job done, you have to hire an engineer from NPO that did get the job done, and is also a bicycle commuter, because the engineering people in the department out there don't get it done. Now, to close, most transportation work is
Sir,
overdue.
thank you very much.
Multiple.
Your time is up. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, we have Alexandra Kalel. Her audio is now fixed, so I'd like to call on her.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Thank you to the TPO and to the chairman. I'm Alexandra Khalil. I'm the president of the Progressive Caucus of Tampa Bay, and I am asking that you strike all of the following item 47, 48, and 49. And I would like to focus on public transportation and returning to a walkable and a bikeable community. And my example is I live in the Wesley Chapel area, and I take the highway to visit my in-laws in St. Pete all the time. But I do not go and visit my family in Orlando on a regular basis because that is just too far. And maybe St. Pete is something that I cannot get to as easily as accessible, and that is fine because the purpose of transportation should be for the people that live in that exact area and work on the environmental issues that the highway causes. And those are my reasons. And thank you so much for calling on me again. And sorry that my audio was not working earlier.
Well, thank you for being persistent.
Mr. Chair, we have one we're going to revisit to see if her audio is working, and that's Michelle Cookson.
Michelle, are you there? Michelle Cookson, are you there? It seems she's not responding.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That's all for our public comment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for everyone that took the time to address the board tonight. Everyone on the board does have a packet that summarizes and gives a pretty thorough, it's not summarizes, actually gives the public comment that was given in advance, but we are going to hear a summary of that right now from Davita Franklin from the TPO staff.
Hello again. So here's your summary of the tip public comments that we did receive in advance. We received some emails, and then we also received some feedback on social media. So for our emails, we have Suzanne and Tom Goldtrap Jr. from the Beechwood area. They would like to see allocation of funding priorities to more neighborhood projects. Josh Scalafani from Tampa requests the use of electric vehicles when replacing city buses or transportation vans to improve inner city air quality and health. Dave from Move Forward requests not to expand the interstate, but to fund projects such as the Boulevard Project, light rail, east-west connectivity, and public transit, all which are projects that emit less pollution while decreasing commute time. Along with Dave from Move Forward, we have Debbie Anderson from Sun City Center, Michelle Willis from Seffner, Jennifer Hollowell, Nancy Warner, Nina Tatlock, Cynthia Peters, Jeannie Gaffari, Michelle Canoyer, and Dylan. They all reached out to us and requested not to expand the interstate, and they also mentioned those projects that Dave mentioned, which are the light rail boulevard project, the east-west connectivity, and public transit options. James Dunbar, Senior Director of Outreach and Prevention Services for Metropolitan Ministries, suggests that road improvements along one-way segments of Tampa Street and Florida Avenue be improved to prevent speeding. Gary Cloyd gave well wishes to Beth Alden for tonight's hearing and future endeavors. Gregory Firestone requests the TIP include the completion of the Upper Tampa Trail to extend to the Suncoast Trail and the extension of sidewalks on Armenia Avenue north of West Perio Street to Fletcher Avenue, as well as Moran Road between Lake Magdalene Boulevard and Dale Mabry to provide safe passage for children, the elderly, and the general population. John Stroncheck requests sound mitigation for Tampa Heights, and Carrie Perkins, it's either Carrie Perkins or Terry Parker. They wanted to know if there was interest in the purchase of their property. And Shara Idney, the outreach coordinator for Arish Law, suggested the addition of a website link for child seat safety resources under the additional resources section of the TIP webpage. There was a citizen that suggested running the Selman Expressway both to St. Pete via Picnic Island Park and crossing Tampa Bay to Riverview as a traffic congestion solution. We also had Rick Fernandez, the vice chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee. He requested the removal of language in the TIP that supports the addition of express lanes to I-275 and ramp widening at the downtown interchange. He also did post the same information that he wanted to share on social media. And when I get to the social media part, I will give a bit more information on what he posted. Susie Cook she says, make South Tampa Greenway a priority in future funding. Ann Kulig, Executive Director of the West Shore Alliance, she supports the South Tampa Greenway as a priority in future funding. Alec Morinov supports improvements, but is concerned that the drainage systems that we have on our roads are inadequate for the amount of building that is occurring in the Tampa Heights area. Joe Tisdale of Tampa supports the streetcar extension into Tampa Heights and a rapid bus from USF to downtown Tampa. Ivan Rivera of Tampa supports line 49 of the TIP, and he says it will provide trail connections and alleviate noise problems with the sound wall. He also suggests that the acquisition of 914 East 14th Avenue, which if FDOT acquires that, it will help with reducing crime in the area. Kim Hedlund, past board member of the VM Ybor Neighborhood Association, she did write in this afternoon, but unfortunately we received her correspondence too late to include it in your packets. She has an email. It's not in your folder, and it says, "Dear members of the Transportation Planning Organization, I'm reaching out as a resident of the VM Ybor community. I live 3 blocks from the proposed ramp improvements and own a parcel on the north side of 14th Avenue, directly facing I-4. I would like to respectfully request that you approve the TIP as presented, inclusive of line item 49 in table 2, candidates for funding. This line item includes operational and safety improvements to the downtown interchange. These improvements have the potential to positively mitigate the impacts of I-4 and I-275 in the VM Ybor community. Our community has met with FDOT representatives for several years regarding land acquisitions, historic property relocations, and future land uses along the north side of the downtown interchange. Over the last 3 years, the VM Ybor Neighborhood Association has consistently requested that FDOT consider the inclusion of a continuous greenway trail system to buffer the VM Ybor community from necessary safety improvements at the downtown interchange. We have also requested that this greenway connect the former Washington High School site via a trail along 14th Avenue to the future green spine on 15th Street. I personally believe that a green trail system and associated sound walls will be a significant amenity and improvement for our community. I am very encouraged to see both trails and noise walls referenced in the TIP document, Candidates for Funding, line 49, and respectfully request that both be included in any northbound ramp expansion project if successfully funded. In addition, the proposed traffic lights at Avenida República de Cuba and 15th Street, as presented at the May TPO meeting, will significantly improve these historically dangerous intersections. Finally, the addition of gravity walls to replace the existing embankments at the Avenida República de Cuba and 15th Street overpass will provide desirable, wider sidewalks and the opportunity to incorporate public art. Thank you again for your consideration of TIP approval inclusive of line item 49, table 2. I appreciate the opportunity to provide input on the future of the neighborhood. So that concludes the emails. For social media on Facebook, we're going to go back to Rick Fernandez, Vice Chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee. So in response to requests for comments on the TIP public hearing, he did mention that there was an issue with that he had signing up for the meeting, which was resolved. And then he also responded to the TPO board that he had a summary of items requested for your action. They were table 2, priority line item 47, 48, 49, and those are all on table 2. And he outlined a lot of things that he already mentioned earlier when he gave comment during the public comment period. And he closed with urban interstates are 20th century monuments to segregationist policies. And it has impacted virtually every aspect of life, including access to affordable housing, jobs paying a living wage, clean air, health care, quality food, and food, such as food deserts and education, etc. The answer is not to double down on the mistakes of the past. Let's focus on robust public transit, transit-oriented development, affordable housing, locally owned businesses, historic preservation, sustainability, and resilience. Let us leave Hillsborough County and Tampa better than when we found them. So that concludes Mr. Fernandez's comments. And again, it was much lengthier than that. And then we also have Lola Stokes, who says, do not expand I-275 or I-4 in the city of Tampa. And we have on Twitter, those were Facebook comments. On Twitter, we have Tampa Egret Bicycle, that is their Twitter handle. No to any widening of any freeway. The solution in every sense and on every level is rail and multimodal, not more cars and more freeway lanes. And that concludes your summary of public comments for the TIP.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That was a very thorough report, and we appreciate it. I think that the combination of that and tonight's public comment certainly give us a good launching point for tonight's discussion. And so at this point, we are going to move into board discussion. I see that Mayor Ross has his hands up, and following that, we'll move on to whoever would like to speak.
Thank you,
Mayor
Mr.
Ross.
Chair. Before we get into the conversation about the general TIP overall, I'd like to go back and discuss the TPO staff recommendation that Johnny Wong referenced, and that concerns Table 1, line item 36, which is the Fowler Avenue safety enhancements that go from 275 to I-75. That's a two-phase project. The first phase of the project belongs on Table 1. It's funded. That goes from 275 to 50th Street. The second phase of that project should not be on Table 1 because it says additional funding is needed to complete Phase 2, which is from 50th Street to 75. So I would like to move to adopt staff's recommendation to move that second phase of that project back to Table 2 so that we don't lose that placeholder for funding when we need it. So that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Mayor Ross. It's been seconded by both Commissioner Overman and Commissioner Myers. Is there any board discussion on that particular motion before we vote on it? And I do not see any, so, excuse me, Commissioner Kemp.
I just like Ms. Alden's comments on that.
Definitely support this.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it was appropriate. It sounds right to me, but I just like to check. Okay, great. I'm good.
All right, great. We will go ahead and have a roll call vote on that motion.
Cohen?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Kilton?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Klug,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Dowdy,
Yes.
Vaughn.
Yes, yes. Sorry, I have a hard time getting the unmute button.
No problem. Motion carried 15-0.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Overman?
This is probably a little out of order, but based on much of what we heard this evening from our citizens that we've probably been hearing for many years, and we'll have to parse out what we decide to do with 47, 48, and 49. I wanted to make a few comments and then make a recommendation. It doesn't affect our actual funding at this point, so let's not jump the gun there. But over the last few years, we've been experiencing rapid growth in our region. And the use of CSX right-of-way has been a component of our MPO LRTP to expand our multimodal transit options. They've been on our LRTP for over 31 years. 31 years. We've done 11 studies, and it's every 5 years. It ends up being in that last page of major investments of economic growth. But it continues to be on the last page, and frequently it never moves up the list for funding. But we have increased our population in excess of $100,000 in the last 100,000 people in the last year, and the estimates for growth in our community suggest that another 600,000 people will be here before we're done planning this tip. With that planning horizon, we are finding ourselves with more people coming here than we can plan for. If we continue doing what we have been doing, the way we've been doing, we're not going to have a different result. It concerns me that given this rapid growth and a land at a premium and a fast-paced development happening all over our region, that we will miss the opportunity to preserve this option in the future. Time and time again, we've been told that economic prosperity, competitiveness, and investment in a commitment to public transportation, not to mention our need for equity and policies, is a priority. We need to have equitable, viable, reliable transit options to support our diverse economy. We need to have clear direction on how to proceed forward, especially since we're devoting so much time and resources on developing and expanding items such as the arterial BRT, which I do support. In the past, it's past time to defer doing something that has been on our LRTP for over 30 years. I'll be making a motion in a moment that'll move us forward in that effort. That's not another study, nor will it require additional funding to be added to our tip this evening. This effort is a regional priority of our TMA, of our Transportation Management Area. And it is included in the 2021 Regional Transportation's Priority List. Although it's been on our list for priority for a long time, it's still on our list. Our ability to address congestion requires robust solutions such as arterial BRT and commuter passenger rail projects. This is what our voters, residents, workers, businesses, tourists have asked for, and it's critical that we move the CSX right-of-way discussion forward to achieve a dedicated rider option and to get cars off the road. To accomplish this will require buy-in from all of our regional stakeholders, which that prioritization has already been established through the TMA and the CCC. Improvement will require that our region speak in one voice, not only to qualify for federal funding, but also to garner the necessary state funding other regions around the state have gotten while we have not. So I'd like to make a quick motion that may not be relative to changing the tip, but I do believe it's important to have this in this conversation this evening. I would move to direct the MPO staff to coordinate with FDOT and other local stakeholder agencies to develop cost estimates and approximate timelines for implementing a passenger rail service along the CSX lines in our region, and to identify eligible requirements for federal and state financial participation. Further, staff will also identify possible roles and responsibilities of each pertinent agency in this effort. I think it is time that we not only work together, but also we ask for FDOT's help. And FDOT might be willing to assist us in understanding the roles, responsibilities, so that we can take this project that's been on our LRTP for over 31 years and move it forward. Because what we've heard from our citizens and what we continue to try to do is widen roads to deal with our congestion without necessarily solving the congestion problem by helping people move throughout our county. If there's questions about what I'm defining or describing, I can see if Secretary Gwynn is available to give me the outline that I discussed with him when I wanted to put this out on the table.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Well, before you speak, I really can't allow this discussion to go forward without a second to the motion
Oh,
that is
okay.
on the
Sorry.
floor.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to second it, and I support it completely. But I was looking at our agenda in regard to the timing of it, and I think we're in the middle of the public hearing on the tip. So, in the timing, I think might be more appropriate under new business item Roman numeral 8. But I second it and support it completely.
We do have a motion and a second, and if you, I would agree with what Councilman Dingfelder is saying. I think we can come back to it, but it doesn't relate, I don't think.
Actually, it does.
Well, it does because the item's in there, but I think that at the moment, we should ought to focus on the document, and we can always come back to this item. If you'd like to be heard in the discussion, Commissioner Kemp, that's fine.
I would just say that that's the case, but I'd also, just as a caution here, the agency that really needs to take the lead on this and do it and do this is HART. That isn't at the table right here. So I know this gets into the discussion. So
we're gonna put this motion aside for the moment. Let's get through the tip, and we'll come back to it at the end of our meeting, and we can
Okay.
move it. Is that all right?
That's fine. What I was going to suggest that it actually would be under candidates for funding in the future, within the next 5 years. It would be in the category of major investments of economic growth. And it isn't, 46 isn't there. Number 46, which is HART's project, is not on that list. And it's been on and off, on and off. So it is part of the tip. But what I'm proposing doesn't necessarily require construction funding today or funding.
Well, and I don't think, unless I'm wrong, it doesn't actually affect this document that we are. It's relevant to the document, but we're talking about now
The actual funding.
the actual funding, what we're going to leave in and what we're going to take out.
Understood. I appreciate it.
But we'll come back to it. Thank you for
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Any other comment from board members on the original issue, though, of the tip and what is included in it? Commissioner Kemp.
I guess I'll start here.
Okay.
I'll start. So we had the CAC, and we've heard numerous, year after year, actually. I mean, this is not new. Raise the issues of section or number 47, 48, and 49. But let me just go to 47. And there were many requests to remove number 47 from the tip. For our understanding, and it was supported, by the way, by the CAC by a 10-6 vote. And that is in terms of Phase 1 construction funded from MLK Boulevard to north of Hillsborough Avenue, transitioning in and out of downtown interchange, safety, and operational improvements. This is what they asked us to remove, actually, from what I saw. I've heard a lot of reference about 47, but this was the actual language that I saw on the screen and heard, was actually Phase 2 funding. Phase 2 funding requested from north of Hillsborough Avenue to north of Bears Avenue. Construct one additional general purpose lane in each direction, noise walls and hardened shoulders, interchange improvements at Bears Avenue. So that is what they asked us to remove. I totally support removing Phase 2, as I read, as the CAC voted removing number 47, Phase 2, what I just read, language, again recommended by the CAC from the TIP at this time.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Kemp. We have a second from Commissioner Overman. I see that School Board Member Vaughn has her hand raised. Ms. Vaughn, I need to take up Commissioner Kemp's motion before we go back to the general discussion. Did you want to comment on her motion, or did you have a separate point?
I had a separate point, but I'll just comment to say that I support that, and that's all.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone that would like to speak directly to Commissioner Kemp's motion? And she's made it very clear, we're talking about Phase 2 of number 47, not Phase 1 of number 47. Are there any members, Commissioner, Councilman Dingfelder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to Commissioner Kemp. So it's my understanding that the item itself, and I guess we're calling it Phase 2, includes the walls and the general purpose lanes, and there was something else, I can't remember. And I'm just wondering if we struck the general purpose lanes but included the walls, that might be a benefit to the surrounding community. I mean, maybe there's other complications involved, but at least for purposes of funding and for purposes of policy direction, I can't imagine if I lived in those surrounding areas why I wouldn't want the walls.
Well, can I just?
Yeah, he asked you the question.
Well, and most of that area actually already has walls at that part. If you go north and you see most of that, but I think if they add in Phase 2, which isn't funded or anything yet, it should have very intentional. It should be very intentional about what they're going to do, and I think that has not been clear, and it was not clarified to any of us when I've asked at the past meetings that the general purpose lane is still in there. Let me just say this. Again and again, year after year, what I've said is adding these lanes bring in more traffic. What I have tried and worked really hard to do, and what I think this community has done year after year after year, is what I was really focused on up till this year. I was focused on segment 7, but I was focused on the interchange more recently because that was the topic of the discussion. And we had 4 plans about the interchange, and 2 of them blew that interchange like crazy, throwing in all kinds of toll lanes across it, east-west, north-south, everything else. That was the original. That we have shrunk the footprint of that to something that we could tolerate and deal with, that provides the safety that we've seen, and that part of it I think has been worked through to an extent. But that's not to say that we're not still recognizing the impacts that this has on these historically impacted communities, and what I've said before, the kinds of air pollution impacts that come. This is the segment across all of our interstates that have the highest asthma, childhood asthma, cardiovascular disease, poor air quality that has been related to these things, as well as our impacts such as even cancer and dementia more recently. There's been some really watershed studies. So when we add lanes, we are looking at those impacts, even hurting these communities more. Then we're talking about still what were express lanes have been turned into general purpose lanes sitting on there. And my concern about this is that these general purpose lanes will continue to exist there, and that they will, they can, they talk about the hardened, the shoulders that, I don't see where they can't be just turned into regular lanes or virtually indistinguishable at some time in the future. I've not, I don't have assurances that won't happen. And when we have more traffic coming down from the north, extra lanes going into the interchange, we've done all this work to shrink and maintain the interchange and just really keep the footprint small. And I do not want to see all kinds of traffic pouring into it, totally creating the need in the future for us to do that. I think we can come back to this and be very intentional about what this needs to be in the future. It's not funded now. There's nothing looking at it. I think that's the way that this should be done, and that we should be looking at it then and figuring out what it needs. This phase one puts walls up to north of Hillsborough Avenue, and there's pretty much walls in that segment too, and I understand your concern there. But I think that, there's nothing that will stop that from happening in a couple, we can look at that and get an intentional project about exactly what it's going to be from DOT in future years. And I'd really like to just have a true relook at what is happening in this northern segment.
All right, Mayor Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I'll keep it brief, but I'd like to just tell everybody, because I'm reasonably new at this, this is my second TIP meeting, that I am not anti-transit, right? So I would love to, I don't see these things as being either or. I think we need to do both. I think at the same time that we're improving the situation as it is today, we need to be looking into the future to try to reduce the road trips and the number of cars. Unfortunately, this conversation usually devolves into two camps. And I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's the way it should be. And so in terms of this motion, I am hesitant to support this, but not because I don't agree in spirit, but because in practicality I have some concerns. And I think there's a couple things to point out. One is one of the few areas that's growing faster than the south part of our county is Pasco County. That's exploding. And a lot of those people come down here to Tampa to work. They come to USF. They come to Hillsborough County. This interstate system is a system. It's not just one segment. We talk about it in segments, but at the end of the day, it's the whole system. And if we have one part between Hillsborough and Bears is going to become a choke point, and it's going to be clear sailing from Pasco down to Bears, and then clear sailing again. Clear sailing, that might be a little optimistic, but we're going to be okay south of Hillsborough, we're going to be okay north of Bears. But in between, we're going to have a choke point from Hillsborough to Bears. I think it's also important to point out that I understand the air pollution, the added number of cars on the road, but it's also within the existing right-of-way. We're not talking about expanding the boundaries of the interstate, although it is true that we're talking about adding cars. I don't know if we're going to be adding cars or just making them go faster. I'm not sure which, because I think those people are still going to go. It's just a matter of how long they're going to sit in traffic to get there. So I'm hesitant that this is a good idea. I'm with you in spirit, but I think that the plan that FDOT has put forward over a period of years, it seems to be a sound plan. And at the same time, we can explore, I'm interested to have the discussion about about the CSX, because I'm not opposed to that either. I think it's both.
Thank you. Councilman Maniscalco?
Yes, sir. I just want to say I support Commissioner Kemp's motion. In regards to the sound walls, I have constituents, and the interstate runs through my district, so I have several constituents that live right up to the interstate that they want the sound walls, and at the same time I have people that don't want the sound walls, so I can understand that, because they don't believe that there's any proof that they do work, or maybe they do not work. But in regards to adding an additional purpose lane, I understand what Commissioner Kemp is saying, so I support her motion, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Commissioner Overman.
Thank you. And it's interesting that this project now is promising sound walls that we were promised 30 years ago, but that's beside the point. And to your point, I mean, it's great, but I think the reason that it's important to get clarification on this particular project is because sometimes it's just not clear. And in this particular case, the expansion of these 2 lanes does in fact induce additional demand. If people need to go to 75 to come down south or come down the Veterans Expressway or the Suncoast Expressway in order to get into our area, there are other ways to come around other than 275. And as it related to my motion that we've deferred for a bit, it's exactly why we actually need to invest in that. But to the point here is, as 47 relates to 49, you know, we were looking for safety improvements for the downtown interchange. That's what we're looking for. But that doesn't necessarily mean it requires 2 additional lanes to do it. And I truly believe that that isn't necessary. I do believe it's important to improve some part of the interchange, maybe with signage, letting people know they need to be in the right lane and not try to jump back and forth. But on a highway that's a roller coaster, you know, all the way to a downtown interchange, is not, the safety and the congestion and the capacity is not going to be improved by adding another lane. The road is literally an unsafe road that is built with, you know, every time it goes over an inner city road where you can actually get through to the other side of the neighborhood there's a hump in the road. And when you come over side of it, you will run into another car that is stopped trying to get into the congestion on the flyover. So adding another lane is not going to solve that problem. And so that's why I want to support your motion. I think it's important that we actually engineers actually make the right choice. And, you know, this is one of the ways that we can actually get what we have asked for. And I will say thank you to FDOT in some respects, because it is a lot smaller than it has ever been. Mm-hmm. And they've worked hard at trying to get it closer. But I think we can sharpen our pencils and get a little closer with this.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support Commissioner Kemp's recommendation, but I'm also mindful that each one of us appointed a CAC representative, and they come tonight with a recommendation to us, which we should hear and support their recommendation, because they represent us in what we asked them to do on this particular advisory board, I should say. So I just want to point that out as we sit here, and I can't think of it. I think it was Mr. Roberts that gave the report earlier and said, coming from that committee, that's a huge statement of what the advisory committee did in asking us to support tonight. So I just wanted to point that out to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
Yes, I'm really glad to hear from the Commissioner Myers and Councilman Maniscalco, who represent that district, that they're supportive of this. I'll be supporting it also. I think it's it is a it's smart for us to be taking a measured approach, and I also feel strongly that we should be, I mean, given that there's no funding anyway, we have time. I feel strongly that we should be sending a strong message that we are turning a page to a community and a TPO that is requiring more accurate, specific public information. I'm going to talk later about, I have, been recently learned of another DOT project that's been in the works for 2 years and really seriously impacts Hillsborough County in a way we have not been advised. And also on item 49, I think there have been some really good points made about the lack of notice and information ahead of time about those properties, and I'll talk more about that later as well. But I'm supporting this because I think we really need to begin doing a more careful job of assessing and communicating with the public exactly what is going on in each of these costly projects that we choose to prioritize to spend their money on.
Thank you. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thanks. Not to kick the dead horse or anything, but Mr. Wagner and his group, the Expressway Authority, they do a really good job of working on building the walls, the noise barriers. I think you're working on that stretch from downtown toward Gandy, and because as the traffic has increased on that stretch, it's impacted those neighborhoods, and I think you're working on those sound barriers, as I recall, Joe. And with that said, Pat, Commissioner Kemp, again, I'd love to, suggest a friendly modification, just to, I'd support your motion, but just to leave the sound walls in there. Whether or not they ever get done is another question, but I don't think any of us could really be against, even though Councilman Maniscalco says there might be a few people who don't believe they work. I believe they work, and especially if you're very close. So, I'd like to support the motion, but maybe leave the sound walls. So that's just a friendly proposal.
Well, I suppose we could just leave the sound walls and take every single other part out.
Yeah, and I'd be very supportive of that.
Just construct sound walls.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion, does the seconder of the motion concur with that? All right. I don't see any other hands up. I just want to comment that I'm also going to support the motion. I think that what we saw here last month in this board's acceptance of a very, very scaled down malfunction junction project was that we are going to do projects only when they are as not intrusive as possible to realize the greatest possible effect. And I think that we saw very substantial evidence that we can have true safety improvements at Malfunction Junction with a much, much smaller taking than what we were faced with originally. And that is my sense of what persuaded so many board members to take that approach. This is a different situation. We have a lot of time in order to consider this. We can look at all types of other options in terms of what can be done, and there's no reason to rush it. So I'm going to support the commissioner's motion, and I don't see any other hands raised for discussion. So, excuse me, Mr. Wagner.
I'd be curious to see, we have Secretary Gwynn available, if he has.
Bring your mic down.
It's on. I guess it's just not pointed at me. Sorry. You good now? If Secretary Gwynn would want to speak to this in any regard?
If you'd like to ask him some questions, go right ahead.
Secretary Gwynn, you've obviously heard the discussion and the request or the motion. Is there any comment you have on this item before we vote?
Just a couple of comments. The first, I just wanted as a clarification for the sound walls. We are not allowed to use the federal money for sound walls without the road moving any closer to the adjacent properties. That's just the law. So we can't throw that in there without the other improvements. Granted, this project's not in the funded. It's not funded yet. So it's not like we're taking it out of the funding list. I just wanted everyone, as we look at this, to consider a couple of things as we go forward. One, and the mayor mentioned this, we are seeing an extremely large amount of traffic growth coming down from the north. And I know they're from a different county. At DOT, we don't really look at the county boundaries. We look at a region, so we're looking at it all. But that traffic's going to still want to go down to Tampa. It's going to kind of come to the airport. It's going to go to West Shore. It's going to want to go to the port. It's going to want to come in there, whether it comes down 75 and then across I-4 or whether it comes down 275. the one thing to remember is that we don't have a whole lot of right-of-way that we own right now that we can build stuff in. The nice thing about 275 North at some point, not now, but maybe at some point, is that you could create additional capacity on 275. Granted, it may not make things go smooth and there may be more traffic that gets on that road, but every car that would get in those additional lanes isn't going to be on the other roads. I can tell you, I live about halfway between Dale Mabry and I-275 up off of Bears. And for the last 10 years, I've been noticing that when I try to use traffic software to tell me which route to take when I want to go places, more and more it's sending me down North Boulevard, down Rome, down Florida Avenue, down Dale Mabry, and taking me away from the interstate. And I follow it because it tells me the quickest way to get to where I want to go. And the only point I'm bringing is right now we may not see the benefit of that additional capacity on 275. But at some point, when all those other folks that are coming down and want to get from north to south and then backwards in the afternoon, when they start going down all these other roads, which we're in the process of doing things like traffic calming and lane eliminations and BRT taking lanes for that, they have to go somewhere. And at some point, we may decide that that's something that we want to allow for that right-of-way to be used for a traffic lane. So I guess I'm just more or less throwing it out there that we shouldn't just discard the idea. I don't think that we need it right now, perhaps, but I do think it's something in the future that we may elect. So I would hate to see it completely removed from a priority list. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question just as a follow-up to what you just said? If the only way you can put in sound walls is if you're expanding the road, wasn't the proposal here not to expand the road, to build the lanes in existing right-of-way? So wouldn't that, how does that make it eligible for the sound walls that were on the list?
Right, so if the traffic lane gets closer to what they call the receptors are typically a residence or a place where someone would receive the sound. As the road gets closer and the traffic gets closer, then you can reevaluate the traffic noise. But the way that the federal government looks at it is if you don't move that out, then you aren't creating more than it was at the time that it was built. And I guess that's kind of the difference.
But the whole
and if you're not adding any more lanes. If you add more lanes, then you can also.
So just by adding the lanes on the interior, it would make it eligible for the sound walls on the exterior?
It would, and that's what we're doing for most of the part to the south. It's not until you get north of probably Bush, a little bit north of there, that we have to start going to the outside, still within the existing right-of-way, but the lanes would get closer to the right-of-way line, which would bring it closer to whatever's on the other side of the right-of-way.
And that would then trigger what would allow you to put in the sound walls?
Right, but I couldn't just put the sound walls if nothing else changed.
Got it. Yes, Mr. Wagner.
Just some thoughts. I think you mentioned shoulder hardening was one of the elements that I think Councilman Dingfelder, I think that was the element that he meant. And I think that was basically for the opportunity to run transit on those shoulders was the intent there. So going back to Mayor Ross's comment that it's not just one thing, it's how everything comes together. This community achieved a desired result in an ongoing discussion about the downtown interchange and what was possible. And this isn't funded for construction. But so where I'm going is if we keep the project in as planning, which is what it is right now, I gather it's not funded for construction, it gives us the opportunity to continue to work with DOT to come up with a solution that we do agree with. You don't agree with what's on that piece of paper right now, but the combination of maybe it's hardening the shoulders, maybe that flips the trigger for getting the noise walls, and it also checks the box for enhancing transit. It's just my thought. I'm not trying to.
Maybe Ms. Alden could clarify something, but my understanding is that if you take it off the 5-year program, it doesn't mean it's off the long-range transportation plan that goes to 2045. So it's only the immediacy of the project that's removed, not the ultimate. I mean, it's still out there for consideration in the long-range plan. That's my understanding. Ms. Alden, maybe you could clarify that.
That's accurate. The project is in the long-range plan, and we do update the priority list every year. So we would be potentially revisiting this every year.
So this doesn't remove it from the LRTP, this action?
That's correct.
It just takes it out of the priority plan, which covers a 5-year period?
Right, so every year we're looking at what projects are ready to move ahead.
So I'm looking to continue the conversation, is what I'm saying. That's my only point.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kemp, did you?
Yeah, no, I still, you know, I'll leave the sound walls there regardless, just, it's there. That's what Councilman Dingfelder asked for. And just in response to a few things, from Bears all the way into Pasco County, I-275 up there is under capacity for decades to come. It is not used. When people come from Pasco County into Hillsborough County, there's, especially commuter traffic, an awful lot of it ends up at USF in the mornings. 75 is a major way of where people travel in. If you know the housing and capacity exists to the north of 75 in Pasco, but also to the west, on the west side, it's Veterans, it's Dale Mabry. Those are the main, and if you see a heat map of how people are using it, they're not coming down from Wesley Chapel on the 275 north of Bears. It is under capacity for decades and decades to come. There's no reason for that to be widened, and it should not be. It's a waste of our taxpayer dollars. The 60% of the those who use 275 from, I don't know about Bears, but from Fletcher to downtown are within these, are coming from the Seminole Heights area, from Bush Boulevard. That's what all the traffic counts show. It's originating in those areas. They use it like a local road. It's not used in an interstate capacity. The other, I think, important point I wanted to say about my own experience, because I've lived and used the Hillsborough exit now for 35 years of my life. I use it every single day, and I can tell you in the morning, unless there's an accident, which is actually more rare than I find, I virtually never have a traffic issue ever. I drove my kids to Blake High School on the Doyle Carlton little ramp that leaves from downtown. It must have cost $100 million to build that ramp. And for 6 years straight, I was the only person that ever took it. I felt like I had a personal, major highway built to Blake High School just for use of dropping off my kids. I felt kind of guilty about being on it. But coming north, and apparently that's the issue, from just before, like Hillsborough to, Martin Luther King to Hillsborough, that's where you get in the evening, some of that traffic at the, commuter time. It's really not that bad. And usually after, Hillsborough, there's not significant problems, even at the most busy peak time. And I can tell you that I take Florida Avenue back, and even that is relatively free, but for 2 hours a day from 4:30 to 6:30, and only north of Martin Luther King at Hillsborough Avenue intersection. That's where the traffic is. So I just want to clarify for those who haven't seen these heat maps and haven't seen the patterns of travel and aren't familiar with it. So they confirm both my personal experience and the road. And so I just think it's important to do this now and really be thinking about how we use it in the future. So I guess we'll just leave phase 2 would only be, despite whether we can have them or not, the sound walls is
All
what
right.
I would.
Are there any other comments before we vote on this motion? I don't see any. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Cullen,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Kilton,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Ross,
No.
Evans,
No.
Klug,
No.
Wagner,
Yes.
Dowdy,
Yes.
Vaughn,
Yes.
motion carried 11-4. Kilton, Ross, Evans, and Klug voted no. Or Ross voted no, not Klug.
I think Klug and Ross voted no from what I heard.
Okay. Apologize.
In any event, all right, that motion passes. Are there any other additional comments, questions related to the actual TIP document? Councilman Dingfelder.
I've got a couple. Let me start with an easy one. So we got an email from McDonald's Training Center, and it's in our packet, and they say Ms. Levy, who's the president and CEO, has a concern. She says there's no sidewalk planned along Rio's east side, which denies pedestrian access, in particular ADA mobility, especially when considering our clients' employees with disabilities. So I was just wondering if DOT could respond to that, and if that's, I'm going to assume that Rio's a big important project right now, if that's true, and if there's any way that can be mitigated or resolved. Mr. Gwynn?
Can I speak?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll work, that is actually not part of FDOT's project, that's a city portion, but we'll work with the city to see if we can't find a way to get a sidewalk in there. We just don't, it's not something I have it in front of me, but that's something we'll work with the city on.
Okay, that's good enough for me for tonight on that issue. I appreciate it, Mr. Gwynn. The next item I have, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Fernandez brings up on his list, and I think I agree with him. You know, we've had this continuing discussion about toll lanes. Obviously, there's nothing we in this county can do about what the DOT is doing with toll lanes in Pinellas County. But in regard to Table 2, priority line item 48, it looks like they're looking to, quote, add express lanes on 275 west of Lois to north of Hillsborough River with connections at Himes and downtown. Tampa City Council voted, I think about a year ago, to that just as a matter of general policy that the city council was opposed to toll lanes on the interstate. I realize this particular language speaks to express lanes, but in the past, there's been a connection between toll lanes and express lanes. So I guess I'd like perhaps an additional explanation from the department in regard to that, and I very well might make a motion to strike those express lanes. Well, I'll wait and hear what the explanation is.
Okay, so as I understand it, the question has to do with what will the express lanes be, tolled, untolled, what type of toll? So, and this is something we've covered in the past, so we're probably, in the best case, probably 7 to 8 years from having a tolled lane or an express lane of any type through construction into Hillsborough County. The concept that we've always shown has been that there would be a tolled express lane. As we get closer to actually opening up the lanes, what we'll do is have public hearings, and those public hearings will present a toll schedule. We don't propose those types of rates and so forth this far in advance of the project being opened. I would say that most likely they'd be variable tolled express lanes, but that doesn't mean that that's what it will be 7 or 8 years from now. So I can tell you that the express lanes are the integral part of the West Shore interchange. It is part of the approval of the SEIS, and that basically, if we had no express lanes, we couldn't build the project. So I just bring that up. I heard something about perhaps striking those, just to be aware of what the consequences of that could be.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll just follow up on that. I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with express lanes. I think I've driven on express lanes in other communities on the interstate systems that aren't necessarily toll lanes. So I wouldn't have a problem supporting express lanes if there was any type of agreement or understanding that they're not going to be toll lanes. But what I've just heard is very much to the contrary.
So part of the strategy, Councilman, that we present when we show what our concepts are to the Federal Highway Administration and we go to get approval is how are we going to manage traffic? Variable toll lanes are a traffic management strategy, and that was the traffic management strategy that was presented. The addition of more lanes without some kind of a strategy to manage traffic will probably not do a whole lot in that area. And so that is the strategy we've presented, and that over the last 4 years, we've worked to receive the record of decision. And that is what the project has been proposed. So at this point in time, to revisit this would be a much larger conversation than we would have in this hearing. And I just want to make sure that's known.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just as a final follow-up, Ms. Alden and her staff put on a very excellent presentation for us about this specific topic. And I think some of us have chimed in either during that workshop or at other times that we weren't necessarily thrilled with toll lanes on the otherwise free interstates. And I don't want to get into a lengthy philosophical discussion about why, because I think we've made our positions pretty clear on that. Unless the Secretary has something else he wants to add, I would move to strike that particular provision, striking the words, quote, add express lanes on I-275 from west of Lois Avenue to north of the Hillsborough River, paren, section 5, close paren, with connections at Himes and downtown Tampa. That would be my motion.
Second for
And
discussion.
that's as related to Table
Okay.
2, priority line item 48.
We have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder. It's been seconded by Commissioner Smith. Councilman Citro, you had asked to be recognized before the motion was made.
Secretary Gwynn, thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Gwynn, you said that there would be some consequences if they were struck. If that was struck, can you please elaborate on those consequences?
Yeah, I mean, basically you'll kill the West Shore Interchange project that we fought so hard for the last few years to get to this point. That's
At a later time after.
If you want to hear from me straight as I can be, that's the consequence.
Well, I've got the same, Mr. Chair. Give me 2 seconds, please.
Of course.
Because we have a motion that we need to vote on. I'm not happy with 48. I really think that you are causing more harm to the people that live in that area than the people who are going to use it, especially when the people that live in that area are probably not going to use it. I think the $939 million for Section 4 and the $253 million we better spent on rail going from Phase 2 of the airport to downtown Tampa. Secretary Gwynn, I give you all the credit. You guys have bent over backwards trying to please people with the Greenway, and Vision Zero for the city of Tampa, and I congratulate you on that. But you're going through many, many neighborhoods with this 275 project, and people are going to be affected. People that aren't even going to use that. And Secretary Gwynn, again, I'm talking rail. And that rail can have stops at West Shore, Lois, Dale Mabry, Armenia, and downtown. And if Hart got involved with this, they could run better services going north and south to connect with this rail. Mr. Chair, I've ranted enough.
If I
Let's
could,
go
if I
ahead and
could
do
just speak, could I say
Of
one more
course, Secretary Gwynn.
All right, so first, I hope the councilman and I are speaking about the same location, because the express lanes that we're talking about are built entirely on the inside of the existing highway. There is no external widening related to it.
And yes,
The
yes, I
cost for the
understand.
the 931 million or whatever that number was, I don't know, I didn't check that number, but it's not like I can just take that money and put it on rail.
And
It's not gonna go to a rail project.
Secretary, I understand what you're saying, but we have driven down 275 toward the airport from downtown, and you've got at least 3 football fields in between north and southbound lanes. You can fit in another lane there. You can fit in 2 sets of tracks going to and from. Again, Mr. Chair, I'm ranting. I'm just expressing myself. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Secretary Gwynn, thank you very much.
Commissioner Smith.
And I wonder if there's a more surgical way to remove the tolling from this without removing the, West Shore interchange, and if that's, if you would, if that would suit your purpose, or if you really just want to strike the whole thing. Because what I'm wondering is if it would say something like, additional funding needed to reconstruct Tampa's West Shore interchange with general purpose and non-tolled express lanes. As you say, there's express lanes that could be HOV lanes, that could be, separated from the lanes that are, have a lot of exits. There's a lot of ways to do express lanes without tolling, and I fully support the non-tolling. So if it includes untolled or non-tolled express lanes, or and at each point.
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate, as the seconder of my motion, I appreciate your creativity, Ms. Smith. I would agree with you completely. I think, and maybe this might help Mr. Gwynn and his apparent heartburn on the issue. Perhaps if we add instead of striking that sentence, maybe if we add the parenthetical, so instead where it says add express lanes, paren, untold, close paren. And I think that would accomplish what I think you and I are both hoping for. So I will accept that as a friendly modification.
Just I think it's non-told, not untold is what you want
Non-told,
to say. But let's ask, I want to, this is very important because Secretary Gwynn made a very, I think, definitive statement about putting the West Shore interchange in jeopardy, and if
That wasn't my intent.
Right, so let's ask him what his reaction is to that, and then Commissioner Myers has raised her hand, and Commissioner Overman.
Okay, yes, and I'm sorry if it comes across as heartburn. It's not heartburn. I'm quite honestly a little bit confused because this has been voted on a number of times and is part of the reason why the project got funded. And it's a big part of why we really feel optimistic that the governor may very well bring that project even further in so that we can start and accelerate that project. If I need to go back and open up the environmental document and I need to go back and do all that, we're going to push this project out years. And that money will go somewhere else because there's lots of other places that would want it. I have gone to bat and y'all have gone to bat, and we've tried very hard to gain regional support for this interchange. Pinellas County, Pasco County, all the agencies, everybody came and gave their support for this project. And that's the reason why we were able to get the money for it. At this point, if we send another mixed message again, I don't know what will happen. But I can tell you, if I go back and change the environmental document, then I'm not going to have a project. At least I'm not going to have a project anytime soon. And if that's what you want as a board, then vote that way. But I'd caution you to think about the consequences and to think about how it would contrast with the prior votes of the board.
Commissioner Myers and then Commissioner Overman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of quick questions. I did not read number 48 as a toll express. You know, I took it and read it as, if you're on the interstate, it would be a lane dedicated as an express lane, not toll at all. I do agree with adding, so it would be clear, of adding a non-toll so that for future, that would be okay, so we wouldn't have to come back. But if these are projects that we have already discussed, and I'm new, this is a first meeting, that we've already discussed and have gotten to this point, why are we rehashing all this pretty much again? And maybe I can get some clarification. Because that's what it appears, that they're coming back again and we are discussing them maybe for the third, fourth, fifth time to move it forward when we should not be doing that.
Ms.
And
Alden,
maybe I,
perhaps you could give, or Secretary Gwynn, one of you, I think it would be helpful to give some clarification as to where we are in the process, particularly as it relates to this project. I mean, the West Shore Interchange is the #1 regional priority project on this list. And so what I hear Secretary Gwynn saying is that we're way far along in the process at this point to be tinkering with the language. But there's clearly a strong feeling on the board to express the fact that the board wants these lanes not to be tolled. So how do we not jeopardize the project but express the will of the board at the same time? That is, I think, where we need to direct this. And after Ms. Alden, Commissioner Overman has been waiting to speak. At once, Commissioner Myers, and you can have a colloquy.
So you're exactly right that this project has been discussed many times before. And the topic of whether those lanes are tolled or not, of course, has been discussed. Can you hear me? All right. So the county administration's policy is that staff is to wear masks in all public places, but I'll go ahead and take my mask off so that you can hear me.
And for the record, you're somewhat distanced from all of the rest of the people in the room.
At least.
Sure. So I was just saying that this project is one that we have discussed on many previous occasions, that the board has continued to support and advocate for. Concern about the tolls in this project has come up on previous occasions as well. For this reason, we held a workshop last fall on lane management strategies. And my understanding in hearing from the DOT representatives at that time was that there would be a public discussion in the future of what the lane management strategies are. And those may or may not be tolls because there are other lane management strategies, and that we would be part of that discussion. And so I guess I need clarification at this point from District 7 if that has changed.
Okay, so I'm not sure the conversation. I know that we've shown it in all our documents as told. It's always been shown as told. What we have said is that when we get closer to the actual tolling, we could look at various strategies. For instance, one strategy might be tolling it at certain times of the day and not tolling it at other times of the day. It could be that we toll it at a fixed toll rate and it's only a certain rate every day all the time. It could be that we only toll it in the peak hours. But it's always been discussed as a tolled lane. That's why the tolled equipment we put in there, and that's how we convince Federal Highway that we can manage the traffic and that it's worth the investment. Whether that tolling strategy is, I mean, could it be conceivably that you didn't have any tolls at all at any time? I guess conceivably it could. But that's not what we're going in and saying is there will be no tolls. What we're saying is as we get closer to actually implementing it, that we will look at the appropriate toll strategy at that time. It may start out if we see low types of traffic in it in the beginning and you don't need to toll it, maybe we don't for a while. But it's never been said that we were going to have a mandate not to toll it.
Is it possible to have the tolls only west of the West Shore Interchange project?
No, we have committed to having tolling as a strategy. What that strategy looks like can be very different. It could be, for instance, in Jacksonville right now, they have a segment that only charges, I think, a quarter during the peak hours right now because there's not a lot of traffic in it. And over time, what they would do is traffic gets very, very heavy in there. They may say during certain periods of the day, we need to toll it. We may need to toll it higher. It's a strategy that will unfold over time, but we can't just go in and say we're not going to toll it at all because that's not what we've said. We'll have public meetings as we get closer to actually tolling and determining what the tolling strategy is, but we can't just say we're not going to toll it.
Commissioner Myers?
Let's just leave the project as is until we come to the public hearing regarding towing.
Thank
That
you.
would be the best.
Commissioner Overman and then Commissioner Kemp, and we will continue this. Keep going. Go ahead.
Okay, and I do remember our managed lane conversation. I do remember this item when it was brought up last year. And I do remember this board indicating that we weren't in favor of tolled, but we were willing to consider express lanes could be any number of ways, which is why we asked for the workshop on managed lanes to address that there would be a managed lane decision when that express lane expansion was implemented. So to Mr. Secretary, to your point, the term express lane and toll lane is something I had asked for clarification at one point in time because when I looked at maps on the state site, it showed that the express lanes were all tolled at one point in time. So he is correct in the fact that previously the maps did show that express lanes were actually tolled lanes. In our meeting last year, we talked about making sure that we made managed lane an option without assuming that tolled was always the best solution. You know, to make sure we vetted every single opportunity to recognize the disparity when tolled lanes are utilized for individuals who have low income. They end up paying twice, taxes, and then they pay again, and that has a disparate impact on their income and their ability to earn wages, of which we, as our county, has continued to pursue looking for equity in our policies. So I do hear you that the language in this particular document does not say tolled. It does say express lane. And if there is a distinct difference that it requires tolling in order to keep the state happy, clarity, again, would be a wise choice. If express lanes in whatever managed lane capacity can be implemented allows you to keep the project in place, then that's great. Because clearly the region has spoken that we have a commitment towards the West Shore interchange improvement. But I do think that it's important to get clear that this MPO, or TPO as it's now called, would prefer not to use a tolled lane managed strategy or managed lane strategy in order to address the inequities associated with it. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. Then
Thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Throughout the state and in much of the nation, whenever these express lanes have been added, they've virtually been tolled. But this is one of the few places where they've been building lanes. They started, they just in Miami-Dade, the congestion pricing lanes, which I call surge pricing, were, as I understand, simply brought about by restriping and setting them aside. The lanes went up to $10.50 a day, and Miami ended up at the state legislature, and it started going above that for, I think, like 10 miles. And by the way, in the presentation we heard here, they did acknowledge that in some cases in Virginia, where a lot of my family goes or uses those, or doesn't use them, it's $34 for 10 miles twice a day. And they have done nothing in Virginia to stop that. Here, people from Miami went up to the legislature, and they have, in the state of Florida, I think it probably governs this, a $10.50 cap. The lanes have still been filling up. And so that is a story in some ways of congestion, my short version. At any rate, I was really, it sounds like, I'm not surprised by this, but Secretary Gwen, it sounds like there's nothing that can be put in the tip at all with regards to our desire as to how these lanes are tolled. That's correct?
That's correct. We cannot constrain that. Could that remain something in the toolbox we could look at in the future? Sure. If it's mandated, no.
And my other question is, because one of the things I always wanted to see, besides, fixed pricing, is actually hot lanes, which are a combination of HOV type of lanes, which have widely been, are not being used because of complaints about the way that they're used or enforcement or whatever else, which I think actually makes the most sense of all if you're going to put in good incentives. But anyway, hot lanes, which are being used at in different places, are kind of, as I understand, a combination of the HOV plus the congestion pricing with discounting. And I think that's used in multiple places. But you're saying that we couldn't express a preference about this. We just have to wait for the future. And I guess this is going to be kind of us haggling, as they did in Miami with the state of Florida, with regards to this?
Yeah, so I don't think you can't come out, I don't believe, and say something that changes what we've already turned in as our proposal and what was reviewed and approved by Federal Highway Administration. In 7 or 8 years, a lot of things can change. The legislature can change. A lot of things can change. Technology is going to change. There may be easier ways to tell how many people are in a vehicle 8 years from now. There could be other things that we look at, what type of vehicle, if it's an electric vehicle, if it's a connected vehicle. I just think there's going to be a lot of changes. And right now, I think we just don't want to jeopardize the approval and the money to build the project when no matter what we say today could change in 8 years anyway. We could say you don't want tolls, but then you can get the tolls. I just think we're going to work together in a public forum when we get closer to actually establishing the management strategy, but we can't go in now after we've already approved the previous plan and say we want to change it and expect them to just say okay and not to say you need to redo your study and show us how it's going to work. Because they'll want us to run all the new traffic. Okay, if you don't put something in there, how's that going to work? It's just we're at the 1 yard line. I don't want to get a penalty and be back, trying to figure out a way to get back in the end zone. We're almost there.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Okay, in the spirit of compromise, and Ms. Commissioner Myers, I'm only 2 years onto this board this go round, so it's a little bit new to me as well. But I think, they bring the TIP back to us every year, so I think they want our input. But in the spirit of compromise, Commissioner Smith, how about this language? and David, this is truly intended to be the spirit of compromise. So after the word add express lanes, we would add the parenthetical paren, managed lanes, comma, that do not necessarily include toll lanes. Okay, and I'll repeat it again. Paren, express lanes, paren, managed lanes that do not necessarily include toll lanes, close paren. So in other words, that gives you the flexibility, Mr. Gwynn, to advocate for toll lanes, to you know, if the state comes down and says, what's this about toll lanes? You can say, no, it's still a possibility, okay? But it's not necessarily the only solution, and which I think, David, is exactly what you've been saying as well. So I don't know if you have any objections specifically to that.
My only objection, so, you know, and
I don't
know-
think you have to change your
some of you-
EIS just by me adding this wishy-washy language.
So some of you have been on the board long enough to remember that the West Shore interchange was supposed to already be under construction.
Right. And
We
by
had
the way,
money.
I meant to preface my statement with, I've been very supportive, and I'll continue to be supportive of the West Shore interchange. Okay? I have no desire to hurt that whatsoever. That's why I'm offering this language in the spirit of compromise.
So Councilman, when I came into this position, which is 4 years ago next month, they took all the money away and said, you don't have any more money. The 800 million or so that we had, they took it back and they sent it, I think that money went to Orlando. And I said, why are you taking the money away? And they said, because you guys are wavering. You're not consistent. You guys aren't speaking as a region. We keep hearing how you don't want this. And then as soon as we think you want it, you come back and somebody says, well, we don't know if we really want it. And I told them that my main job over the next how many ever years it was going to take was to try to build consensus and speak as a region with one voice. That's why we went to Pinellas County, Pasco County. They made it the #1 regional priority, and it's not even in their county. They have 100% been behind this project the entire time. And I'm saying you can add that language, but all it does is it shows another quiver. It shows another little wobble in our stance. Why? There's nothing you gain from it. We're going to work with you. We're going to work to look for a strategy that we can work with. And we'll do it with the constraints and the conditions that exist 7 or 8 years from now. I can't even commit to you 7 or 8 years from now what the environment will be. But we'll work on it, and it'll be a public process. But I just hate to see us do anything that's going to put us back to where we were, and then find out that, well, maybe they're not. Maybe they really don't want the project. Let's see. Because believe me, there are other places that would love to take that money. And
yes,
worked really hard. All of you have worked really hard.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just for procedural purposes, I'm going to propose, as long as Ms. Smith agrees, I'm going to propose the third modification, which I think is really watered down and not a whole lot, but it gets the point across. And I'll say it one more time just for purposes of the record. After the word express lanes, I'm trying to define what an express lane is, paren, managed lanes, comma, that do not necessarily include toll lanes, close paren.
Okay, well, we have this motion now amended and seconded, but we do have others that have raised their hands that want to speak.
Just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
I think that you're going ahead and proposing that what you called compromise language. Let's hear from Mr. Wagner, and then we'll come around.
My comments are, the secretary has been very clear tonight in what the potential tolling aspect of that improvement would be, and he was clear when we voted to approve it a year ago. I've been on the board 14 years and watched the conversation, and we got to a point where the DOT offered all the options, and he just went through them again tonight. It could be proposed, when they come to look at price managing the facility, it could be told variable price, which is what they do in D.C. They sold it off to the private sector, which I'm not a fan of selling off price-managed facilities to the private sector. Their motive is not the same thing as a public agency. and that's what DOT is holding to. They're looking for the means of providing a sustainable, reliable service of what they're building today, and that's what the federal government is looking for, and that's what the federal government recognizes price management is in this state and around the country. These kind of improvements have been made and are being made every day in every county and city that is as progressive or more progressive than Hillsborough County. He's talked about off-peak hours, it could be no tolls. He's talked about instead of using variable price tolls, it could be a scheduled toll, as they do on SR 91 in California, the oldest price managed facility I'm aware it's proved very successful in that community. He's talked about using that revenue to help support transit service, which addresses the equity issues of those who can't afford to pay the toll or don't want to pay the toll, getting people out of their cars. Another form of sustainability, reducing traffic in your, quote, free lanes, which we all know we're looking for $1 billion to build this improvement, and it's not being paid for by the tolls. The tolls are just there as the only effective means of managing that capacity and controlling it so that it will be sustainable when they build it and 20 years after they build it. That's the intent. Changing the game now puts us, he said it, and I'm going to repeat it, puts us at serious risk of losing everything we've worked for the last 3 years with this board to achieve today. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I could not agree with Mr. Wagner's comments more, and I would just add, Commissioner Kemp, you mentioned the legislature, and I know many of us in this room went to the legislators and asked them to put this back in and prioritize this. And many of us got those phone calls from the community, and we all did that outreach. And if we change anything, we are jeopardizing this again. And this is I've been in this community now. I've been at the airport for almost 9 years. And the number one thing that I've heard since I've been here is we need to speak with one voice. And what the Secretary has laid out of just any wavering at this point, we are risking losing this money and it going to Jacksonville, to Fort Lauderdale, back to Orlando, where they are speaking with one voice. And I think that while I understand the concerns about the toll lanes, this project is too important for us to waver on right now. And I believe that we need to move forward with it as is in order to protect the funding that all of us in this room and people in this community and online have been working for to bring these dollars back to Tampa Bay.
Thank you. Is there any other additional comment before we move to vote on the question? I do not see any hands raised. I am no fan of toll lanes, and I certainly don't want to see toll lanes built on our expressway here in Tampa, but I have to tell you something. I have heard the Secretary tonight put just a bit of doubt into this project that we have all absolutely killed ourselves to make sure happens. And let me tell you, I have seen over and over again how bad the traffic is in South County and how bad the commuting patterns are. But let me tell you something, for the people in the northwest part of the county and for the people in Pinellas who work in Tampa, that bridge and that interchange are an absolute disaster. And the idea that we could do anything to ruffle the feathers of this project makes me very, very concerned. The language that is here does not specifically mention toll lanes. It's agnostic on the subject. And given that this is 8 or 9 years out, I think we have the time to work on this. I don't think this is a make or break issue that has to be decided tonight. And once the shovels are in the ground, we are free to say whatever we want. But I'm seeing cranes at the Howard Franklin Bridge. I'm not seeing them yet at the interchange. And where we are right now is that we're going to have a new bridge that's going to be another deadlock into a much worse version of Malfunction Junction. So regrettably, and I do say regrettably, I just don't think I can be supportive of this motion at this time. Commissioner Kemp.
This is I have for 4 years spoken. I really don't appreciate the congestion pricing model. I think it's a model that serves wealthy people to get places, but not others. So I agree with you. I've been raising that point over and over and over again. But I have always assumed, despite our discussions that we've had in the past, that this would be subject to toll pricing, even though it's at express, and that our recourse would come later. And I don't know whether it could jeopardize, but I know we have to just move forward with this. So I'm, I as much as I would like in some other place to put this, and as much as I appreciate and totally couldn't agree more with the sentiment. And I'm glad that it is only actually coming over the bridge from West Shore to downtown. That's what we have modified it to be, with these lanes that are more or less just, as, again, de minimis as we could get, as far as I was concerned. So, I'll also, as sympathetic as I am with the motion and as opposed as I am to toll lanes, I think our recourse is going to have to be like Miami, Tallahassee in the future, especially if this starts to cause a lot of pain in some manner in the future. So I'll also be voting no on this, but I understand and appreciate so wholeheartedly the sentiment.
All right, and with that, can we please have a roll call vote? And this is on the motion, by the way. This is on the motion. On the amended motion, that's correct.
Cullen,
No.
Kemp,
No.
Overman,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Hilton,
No.
Maniscalco,
No.
Citro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Ross,
No.
Evans,
No.
Klug,
No.
Wagner.
No.
I'm sorry, Wagner,
No.
Dowdy, Dowdy, Vaughn,
Yes.
Dowdy, no. Did you get
Okay.
that?
Yes, sir. Got that. Right. Motion failed 4-11. Chair Cohen, Commissioners Kemp, Overman, Myers, Kilton, Maniscalco, Ross, Evans, Klug, Wagner, and Dowdy voted no.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
I move that we accept item number 48 as is.
Well, actually, I think that will happen when we vote on the tip, as long as it's not further amended, but thank you, yeah. Are there any other additional comments, Commissioner Overman?
Thank you. As it pertains to item number 49, I've actually probably been the one that's pushed for improving the flyover more than anybody else, because I've seen and heard the traffic that comes south to the downtown interchange flyover, and wanted to see some improvements in actually making sure that people actually could get on that flyover without risking themselves. I live right there, just north of MLK, on the interstate, and listen to those that find themselves facing a stopped car in the middle of the second lane of 275. Because there's not adequate signage to warn people that they need to be dedicated to either one lane or in this case, if a flyover included two, in order to assist in moving traffic through that bottleneck. It was the worst design I've ever seen of a downtown interchange. But it is what is there. However, the language in here is disconcerting because I do not believe that there's addition in the language where it says addition of a lane on the flyover from southbound I-275 to I-4, addition of a lane on the ramp of westbound I-4 to southbound 275 and downtown Tampa. And then it goes on to say an addition of a lane on the ramp from westbound I-4 to northbound I-275. Further, it says modification of I-4 eastbound east exit ramp to 21st, 22nd to shift to 14th and 15th, eliminating weaving. I really find that fascinating because if you're coming from the Crosstown Expressway, somehow you have to get across 3 lanes of traffic in order to go northbound on 275. But the northbound getting onto 275, after you've gone through there, you can't get over 1 lane. We had to add a lane in order to be able to move over 1 lane. Because it's an exit lane versus, just prior to that, you got to go across 3 lanes. So while I do believe the addition of a second lane for the flyover in order to allow for either 2 lanes or at least 1.5 lanes to be able to move through that interchange more safely is recommended, I'm not sure that the changes to go northbound on 275 are necessary. Maybe restriping to improve the on-ramp from 21st to 22nd, but I haven't been convinced that that is necessary in order to assist moving cars over 1 lane, because that's basically what that extra lane would do. So I would like to actually modify that for approval, to modify that particular item 49 to an additional lane on the flyover ramp on I-275 southbound, or southbound I-275 to I-4. And if necessary, not to add an additional footprint, but to add a lane for the westbound to 275 as you approach the on-ramp to go north on 275. The last part, anything after and a lane on the ramp from westbound I-4, it does not appear to be something I would support at this point. If we were able to add noise walls because we added lanes on the interstate, I don't see that as necessary. It doesn't sound like that was possible anyway. But I would like to say that I don't believe that adding an additional lane is necessary on going northbound, but I would like to see improvements and safety concerns addressed on the flyover.
So for clarification, what is it that you're actually motioning to be changed here?
Okay, so remove the language beyond the comma before and. So we keep addition of a lane on the flyover ramp from southbound I-275 to I-4, addition of a lane on the ramp from westbound I-4 to southbound 275 in downtown Tampa. So that's just approaching that so that they actually can stripe it in such a way that they can get straight on there without going onto the merge lane for 22nd. All that past that comma would be removed. And that's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Does everybody understand what I just said?
I'm not sure I quite got it. I'll second for further discussion because I'm not sure I quite. A lot of times I need to think about this a little and have it mapped out and visually see it.
I failed to bring my maps, so I apologize.
I understand. So could you again? I'm so sorry.
Sure.
No. I think everybody is having the same question. So
right.
let's.
Right. So what I'm trying to do is fix the southbound flyover. That's
the
really
southbound flyover. Can I just from
the
I-275
southbound approach
going
on
south
275
to I-4.
to going to I-4. That which includes the flyover, okay, needs to improve. That safety needs to improve. I'm not as concerned about going northbound from I-4, but I'm more concerned about southbound because that is very, very dangerous. And it appears as though some proper striping and signage would be possible without necessarily costing, $140 million. But I don't think the rest of it's necessary. I'm not sure that the northbound side of 275 and the approach to 275 on I-4 is as much of a problem as it is coming southbound as far as safety is concerned. And that's what whenever I've talked about the flyover, that's the only thing I was concerned about, is to improve the safety of the approach coming from the north, going southbound on 275 to the flyover to I-4.
So you're talking about, can I just ask
Absolutely.
for clarification? Because I'm just trying to understand really, because I got a little confused about how you just put that again. So are you saying you would do nothing, like it would be like, and I could be getting this totally wrong, but no build. So you're taking I-4 going west and you head up north to 275. Are you saying you wouldn't do anything about that?
I think I don't know that it would take construction and an additional lane to do it. I think they could probably restripe it. But if that's an option, I'm sure that could be included. But I don't think it's going to take a whole nother lane to fix that. I think if I am expected to go across 3 lanes of traffic to go north on 275 from the crosstown, they certainly could figure out how to move 1 lane going over, once they get on 275. So I'm not sure it's as needed safety improvement going north on 275 from the east, from I-4 on the east side. I'm not sure that is as critical as issue as it is coming southbound on 275 across the flyover to go.
Okay, so to be
I-4.
clear, just can I clarify again?
Yep.
Okay, so your motion would be that you would do nothing going, a no build from I-4 going north on I-275, but you do want to have the addition, are you okay with what is going, from I-275 southbound onto the interchange? Do you, or were you saying also that you wanted, I understand that you
I believe that they can squeeze, and when they unfortunately they use addition of a lane, so it makes it feel like, okay, we need another lane, which we just opposed on item 47. I get that. But I believe that they can, in fact, make some room for an additional lane going over the flybridge. And if they choose to do that, that is going to require, 2 lanes going over the flybridge. So that's the additional lane that I'm speaking of. But it may mean making more room within that footprint coming southbound on 275 as you approach the flyover. That's what I've been asking for from day one. It makes no sense to have 2 lanes go to 275 south, 2 lanes go to Ashley downtown, and 1 lane go to I-4.
Oh, I see. So that
Okay.
is like a whole kind of reconfiguration.
Yeah. I mean, my concern about this is we're reconfiguring a very major project sort of on the fly without any.
Well, we've gotten drawings to that effect on the southbound side. All I was doing is precluding the need to change the northbound 275 side at this point.
Oh, so that's all, can I ask again? So you're saying you would do nothing but do a no build on I-4 going north to 275?
That is correct.
And everything else, that would be something dealt with outside of this?
Ms. Alden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so we need to share with the board some information about what's in Florida's statute. Because of what we've been talking about with the West Shore interchange, where We have continued to have the project on our priority list for some time, and it continues to advance, and there continue to be public dollars spent on that project. Florida statute identifies that when a project gets to a certain phase of development, at some point the MPO can no longer just unilaterally take it out of the tip without the agreement of the department. And so I'm trying to get some clarification on whether that applies at this point with the downtown interchange. And from what I'm able to tell, working with our attorney, and he's on the line here, we think that we're at that point now with the downtown interchange. And I'm wondering, Cameron, if I could ask you to clarify that.
Thank you, Ms. Alden. Yes, Cameron Clark, MPO attorney. The provision of state statute that Ms. Alden's referencing is section 339.175, subsection 8D as in Delta. I will summarize it briefly. You can capture it really much in one sentence, which is that projects that are included in the TIP and that have advanced to the design stage of preliminary engineering may be removed from or rescheduled in a subsequent TIP only by the joint action of the MPO and the department, which is to say a project gets to a funding stage once it's in the TIP. Once it's reached that stage, it can only be removed by the MPO if the department agrees to it. Subsequently, it can only be placed back in the TIP after at least 5 years per the statute. So that's just my recital of the statute. It's not speaking to the stage of the project that this one's at. That would be more of something for DOT to clarify, but that is the section of the statute that Beth's talking about.
And we do have in our TIP, that is the TIP that we adopted last year, the funding for the preliminary engineering phase, which is the language that's used in the statute. The funding for the preliminary engineering phase appears in the TIP in the current fiscal year and the previous fiscal years. DOT could clarify at what % of design completion they estimate that they're at. But in any case, because we have approved in the past and they've already moved through this design phase of preliminary engineering, I think the statute probably applies in this case.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, even though we've continued to provide comments to FDOT about this intersection, I mean, literally over the whole last year, and they've come back with multiple solutions, that if we don't accept the solution that's in this particular language in its entirety, we can't do anything about that?
Saying at this point, we need the concurrence of the department per the statute, because it's so far along in design and they're ready to move into a construction phase.
Yeah, but we're just now approving the project. All right, we did talk about 15th, 14th, the flyover and this particular design, but we didn't particularly approve this design last year. We did approve addressing the downtown interchange. So
Language is substantially similar to what was in the TIP last year that was approved at that public hearing. And we also sent very detailed comments about the project to the department in October of 2019. So we've certainly been at this for quite some time.
True, that is a true statement.
Well, we'll move around for some discussion,
Yes,
and
please.
we have Mayor Ross and then Commissioner Smith.
Does memory fail me? Didn't we last month see the big drawings of this and everybody was all excited about how they had finally gotten it right, and we came here and they had it all printed out on big paper for us to see and gave a presentation, and I thought that we all thought that this was wonderful, and now we're trying to redesign it at 10 o'clock at night without having it in front of us to look at.
Understood.
Well, I believe, for a point of clarification, I believe what we authorized a month ago was actually for the acquisition of these 6 additional properties that would be needed to do the project. But you are correct that, I don't want to say that everyone said it was wonderful, but I would say that everyone said it was a vast improvement over the concepts that had been presented to us in the past.
That is true.
Commissioner Smith, unless, did you have anything further? Okay, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the process. So last month, we approved a separate TIP amendment to buy some property. And that was the first time we ever heard about the need to buy some property. So where is that now? That's not the acquisition of the property. Where's that amendment that we approved? Is that in this?
So that is it's in the current tip. The language will be added to the new tip in a roll forward amendment that cleans up everything that happens at the end of the fiscal year. So it's sort of a cleanup amendment that happens
All right,
in
but
August.
just, speaking to the who gets to change stuff on the fly, and whether or not everybody knew everything all along, last year's tip described this project saying, note, FDOT is currently refining concept designs and at this point believe all 3 options are feasible without the acquisition of additional right-of-way. No right-of-way. The survey that went out all over the county to everybody to look at those 4 options, the no build said it impacts 0 homes and businesses. Option 2, the quick fix that we've got going, said it impacts 0 homes and businesses on the survey that went out. Option 3, it impacts about 75 homes and businesses. Option 4 impacts about 220 homes or businesses. So the thing that everybody in this county, chose in that survey was option 2 that was billed as impacts 0 homes and businesses that was sold to us last year in the tip as feasible without the acquisition of additional right-of-way. Now, suddenly, 1 month ago, we're asked to buy right-of-way. This is the first time we ever heard about needing to buy the 7 parcels, so that's okay. And, I don't doubt that the people of this county would prefer option 2, the quick fix, if they had been told that it was going to require 7 pieces of property. I don't doubt that. Some people doubt that. I personally believe that the results of the countywide survey would have been nearly the same, but I'm really getting concerned about the process by which the information is, and that's why I voted for the first motion tonight to make sure we're clear, and that's why I don't understand why we can't say something tonight about whether we're for tolling or not tolling without damaging the whole West Shore interchange. And I question why, where it comes from that we're not impacting 0 homes and businesses. We're impacting 7 all of a sudden. How come that kind of a change is okay and a little wiggle room on whether or not we're going to do tolling is, oh my God, that's going to kill the project. So I really think that we need to insist on, as a TPO, we need to insist on clarity and accuracy in the information that we give to the public at every turn. And that's, you know, I don't think I'm changing anything here. I don't expect to change anything on this item. But I really wanted to point that out to everybody, that we need to insist on better clarity, accuracy, and process in how this comes. I mean, we have some authority here. Thank
You know, Commissioner Smith is absolutely right. All that had to be done differently was to put the word minimal number of houses as opposed to putting 0. And you know, I have to tell you, that's what makes people so distrustful of everything that we do. And it makes our job so much harder when we have to make the tough decisions, to be able to have people stand up and say, but you told us this, and then you did this. It would be much, much better if we could at least make sure that we're accurate at the front end. I couldn't agree with you more. And to the point about this law, which I have no doubt is real, it does beg the question of how come the thing we voted on before didn't qualify in the same way under the same statute? I mean, what does this statute cover and not cover? It really is a good question. You know.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I couldn't even be able to answer that question either. But I do find it frustrating. I recognize that this is, you know, a continual fine-tunement of a design element that we've been talking about and the community has talked about, and the community has asked us to find solutions. And we do have disparate opinions by the community on what happens with 14th and 15th Street. There are still some grave concerns about how that needs to be designed. I recognize that if, you know, moving this forward and gets approved, I would hope that just because it's further along in design doesn't mean that we're required to create an intersection that causes an unsafe situation for our citizens, because the law requires us to approve it. That makes no sense to me. So I think it's going to be, I mean, I'll withdraw the motion, but I just want to put it out there that I would have liked to have seen less in terms of changes and more in terms of safety in this plan. And I've never stopped saying that. I've said it from day one, and I've been saying it for 3 years or 4 years. But bottom line, I think we're getting closer, and I appreciate that. But in my opinion, this went too far in terms of the changes that are necessary to create that safety. So
we have a line of people with their hands up. So we have School Board Member Vaughn, and then Secretary Gwynn, and then Councilman Dingfelder. And then perhaps we'll come over to this side of the room where I see some hands. But School Board Member Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the amendment last month we didn't all support. I actually voted no on that, and I wanted to clarify that it was not a unanimous vote. And you know, just to kind of say that, you know, I hear the struggle between trying to get projects funded within the state and the statute, but you know, I also think that what we're hearing and what we want is to be reflective of our community, and that they're really asking for, you know, smart growth, infrastructure that supports that growth, instead of just, you know, constantly putting Band-Aids on or widening the highways. So, you know, when I cast my vote tonight, I just want to be clear that, you know, I want to be reflective of our community and really listen to whether it means we make some modifications. And unfortunately, you know, the state has some concerns with how we're reflecting our community. If that means that they won't fund projects, I think that needs to be a larger conversation about, you know, the state and the priorities. And as Secretary Myers suggested, you know, maybe legislation will change. But, you know, overwhelmingly, I hear our community say that they want smart growth and infrastructure when we're making that decisions. And that's what I believe that we were elected here and put on this board to do. So I just wanted to kind of share my thoughts as everyone shares their thoughts tonight. So thank you for recognizing me.
Thank you, of course. And Secretary Gwynn, you have your hand up, and then we'll go to Councilman Dingfelder.
Yes, thank you. First, Commissioner Overman and Chair, sometimes I think what happens is people say things over and over and it becomes a truth. There's absolutely zero truth to the fact that we have not brought up the fact that we needed this right away. It is in our SEIS. It was in every public hearing that we did with this option. We showed it every time. If the MPO sent a survey out that didn't have it in it, I don't know about that. But we have shown this in every single option. So I do take a little bit of offense with our staff being claiming that our staff never told anybody. We were extremely clear that we needed those properties. So I want to first address that. But the second thing I just want to bring up, and last month I thought we had done a really good job of expressing the safety benefits, the safety and operational benefits. If you remember when we looked in the SEIS, and this is part of the SEIS, same as the West Shore Interchange, we had looked at all four of the options that we originally threw out there, the big footprint A, and then the B, which was going to be a smaller one, but still pretty big. And then we had C and D, which weaved the express lanes through. And eventually what we said was, in talking to the community and talking to everybody, we said, you know what, maybe we can find something that really has a minimal impact. It's not going to solve the safety problem, or not going to solve the capacity problem, but it will help the safety, the 1,000 plus crashes a year. One of our staff had a crash in there today. There is 1,000 crashes a year in that interchange. There is about 30% of those crashes involve people coming southbound on 275 to go to I-4. About 20% of those are people that are going westbound to go northbound on 275. Over 150 crashes a year occur between I-4 and Hillsborough on that segment of 275 just in the northbound direction. When we did the statistics and we ran this through the crash reduction factors given to us by the Federal Highway Administration and what's used throughout practice, it says if we build these improvements, that injury crashes will be reduced 51%, that serious injury crashes will be reduced 48%. Fatal injury crashes are anticipated to be reduced 47%. These are all significant improvements. Last month, I really thought we had gotten past this. That second lane to go from westbound to northbound is the same movement, just in reverse of the southbound movement to go eastbound. It's the same volume every day. It's the people that go one direction in the morning and go back the other direction in the afternoon. It's a safety and operational improvement. And although I respect, and I've reached out to many of the people in that area who have expressed concerns about this project, I want to work with them. And that's why you see over $9 million of trail projects in this, why you see all the complete streets and the cycle track and all of the bike connections, all the safety improvements, the aesthetic improvements. We're trying to work with the community. We got letters of support from the VM Ybor Neighborhood Association, we've got it from Allen Temple, we've gotten it from Ybor City Chamber of Commerce, we've gotten it from the Academy Prep, we've gotten it from lots of folks. We really have worked with the community, and I really don't think it's fair to say that FDOT has not gone and done everything we can to try to be responsive to the community. This is a safety and operational improvement. It's not a capacity improvement. It will help the traffic flow between I-4 and 275 and get past the choke point where everybody's having the crashes between there and Hillsborough. So, you know, I know my staff worked extremely hard with the community, with the agencies, and I really don't like to see anybody saying they didn't do their job, but from the beginning, we showed no more than 10 was the words that was used in there, and there is no more than 10. So this is not something we're springing on anybody at this point at all.
Just Secretary Gwynn, as a point of clarification, the survey that Commissioner Smith held up was something that was produced here. It wasn't produced, I believe, by FDOT. It is Commissioner Smith, if you want to.
All right, last year's tip, this item was number 34, the downtown interchange. It has a note that says FDOT is currently refining concept designs and at this point believe all three options are feasible without the acquisition of additional right-of-way. That is, I mean, I don't see how you can throw MPO under the staff. That they seem to be quoting FDOT.
No, that
it's not our document, Commissioner.
And the MPO survey that went out that is used says it impacts 0 homes /
And it was not our survey either.
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay, Beth Alden, do you want to?
Sure. So that language is from April or May of 2019. That is language that we received from District 7 staff. added to the priority list. We were also working with District 7 staff in crafting the language for the survey. So what happened was that was relatively early in District 7 working out that final option for the downtown interchange, the quick fix concept. District 7 came back in the fall with more specific information about the quick fix project, and at that point did identify some right-of-way impacts. So I'm pretty sure that that was known at the time that we wrote the letter of comment on the supplemental environmental impact statement, and that was in October of 2019. We had a long discussion about it here in a fairly detailed presentation. And we received a lot of comments from the public about that. That was the month before we had the public hearing to adopt the long-range transportation plan and adopted this concept, the quick fix concept, into the long-range transportation plan. And all of these issues about like impact on 14th and 15th Street and a number of the other ramps that come on and off of I-275, all that was hashed out in a lot of detail in October of 2019 at our board meeting, the month before we adopted the long-range transportation plan. So the secretary is right that this information has been out in the public for some time. We should have caught that piece of language on our priority list last year and fixed that to reflect what had been adopted. So that's my team's oversight.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Even though the motion has been withdrawn, I think the discussion is healthy, even though it is getting late, and I apologize. For one thing, I do want to confirm Secretary Gwynn has been generous in his time and come to Tampa City Council, I think, quarterly with reports. And I do remember the department speaking to the fact that I think they had already acquired, I don't know how many, a half dozen homes already in the past, and that they needed to acquire about another, 6 or 7 or something like that. So I do recall that, at least at City Council. I don't know about here or what have you, but I do remember that. But in terms of process, which I think is perhaps a bigger question and a long-term question that's been discussed a little bit, if the attorneys, of which of course I am one, but if the attorneys are going to say that we really don't have a choice on a particular tip item in the future, then I think there needs to be a little asterisk there that basically references the statute and says we don't have a lot of choice, because why should we waste our time? We need to put the community on notice that our hands might be statutorily tied on that particular item or those particular items because we've gone too far. I wouldn't necessarily agree that was the case on the toll road discussion, but we voted, and that's that. But on this one, the attorney got on the line and read the statute, and I think the message we got from Ms. Halden was that perhaps we are past that point of no return. So I'm not going to make a motion, but I'll just suggest next year, Ms. Halden, that you consider that if any of those items are in a similar procedural process. So that's all.
Commissioner Myers.
Mr. Chair, this is Cameron Clark. May I speak?
Yes. Let's go ahead and let Mr. Clark speak, and then Commissioner Myers, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Just to speak briefly to the point that Councilman Dingfelder made.
Can you speak up, sir?
Be clear. Sure. I want to be clear about one thing. The way the statute reads, the only provision in the statute that speaks to what we're talking about is the provision that I read to you. Very brief, it's literally 2 sentences. There are terms the statute uses that are not defined. The way the language reads is that you can't remove or reschedule a project in the TIP. The motion doesn't remove the project, but it makes a significant change to the project. Is that how essentially would that affect the project? We don't know. There's no case law on this interpretation. I'm not aware of how it's been invoked previously against other MPOs in the state of Florida. What I'm saying is this project, and then I don't know if I heard DOT clarify this or not, but I believe Ms. Alden was pointing out that this was in the design engineering stage in a previous version of the TIP, which would trigger that portion, which would trigger this part of the statute. Now, what does the statute mean? How would it affect this? The point is, it comes down to what does remove mean? The statute's not clear on that. Would it require a redesign of the project if you were going to strip out one part of the project and leave the rest of it in place? I can't speak to that. I'm saying there clearly could be implications with this provision of the statute. DOT's not taking a position on that. But I just want to make that known because I'm not definitively saying you can or can't do this. I'm saying there's some ambiguity there. This comes up occasionally. Ideally, the board would be made aware when a project reached a certain stage, it would be flagged as saying, here's your last chance to, remove this or reschedule this because this provision is going to be implicated if the board takes this vote. I just want to be clear on that because, like I said, I think it's less clear than you might think, but I think this provision is implicated by this section, by this project.
Okay. We have Commissioner Myers and then Mr. Wagner.
Councilman Dingfelder, I do agree to what you said regarding, and also Attorney Clark. I think we can add that because it is very important that we know if the statute is there and we cannot do anything about it, then where we have the project status/request, then let's add statute to that so we would see it when we are reading the information and we know we right at time sensitive on discussing an item. So I'd like to have that added to the report when we vote on this again. Thank you.
Mr. Wagner.
I don't want to talk about the law. Do not. I just wanted to go back. The only reason I raised my hand earlier is I wanted to point that Secretary Gwynn wanted to speak.
Oh, okay.
And in particular, what he wanted to speak to was the subject of is this element, the element taken out, the one going northbound on 275, was that a functional component of the safety improvements? And I think he addressed that. I think he made it very clear that if you take that out, you're writing off at least half the safety benefits you're going to get from the improvement coming from the full concept. So just to remind everybody, he did address that, and it sounded like it was a essential part of the overhaul plan that he presented to us last month to accomplish the safety improvements that he was speaking to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp.
I also think he did persuasively address, but I think that's a good thing to have asked and be mindful of, as well as, what we don't really ever look at here, but I feel like we should, are traffic counts and knowing them in terms of, how your impressions of how the traffic was, and I think if we just had a little bit more of that in background. So, I also, as Mr. Clark said on this, it's not as if you were saying remove the project, but it's late, it's late in the game. You weren't saying, and the statutory language is actually about removal. But I think too, honestly, if this tonight maybe isn't for such dramatic changes, I don't know when is, but if we are, if a project is on the list tonight or next year, and I think this is what Councilman Dingfelder was saying, if it's our final vote as well, not only if we can't vote on it, but if that night is our final time for us to say anything, speak now or forever hold your peace, those should be marked as well. So that we're quite aware that, okay, if it doesn't work tonight, if you don't say anything tonight, then, then you don't have a chance.
How about a sign that says quicksand ahead?
You know, as well, I mean, those are some other categories that we could add to our tip.
Look, these are very difficult issues. And the fact is that it is a credit to this board that everyone is digging as deep as they are at trying to understand exactly how the process works and what we can do to affect it and when we can affect it. And, you know, we are not a rubber stamp. We don't sit here and passively accept everything that's doled out to us. There's a lot of questions that get asked throughout the year, and the reason the conversations can be difficult is because we're wrestling with people with different opinions, different neighborhoods have different opinions. There are a lot of different factors to consider, and I think that this discussion tonight, while not always easy, is a reflection of the fact that we're attempting to get it as close to right as we possibly can, and also to recognize the reality of the world that we live in, where the funding comes from, that the funding sources aren't all controlled by entities with the same views of how transportation should be built. And that makes for a complicated process. We have 1.4 million people in this county. And we have a lot of goods that are traversing our roadways, and you know, it makes for a complicated plan, and there's absolutely should be obvious to everyone why there's so many questions and so many different theories and opinions about what the best way is to move forward, even as much to the details of where the exit ramps are going to be on specific interchanges. Is there anyone else that wishes to talk about the tip before we move on to a final vote on the overall project? And then we are going to come back, Commissioner Overman, to your CSX motion. I believe Ms. Vaughn had her hand up before. Is that again, Ms. Vaughn, or was that from your earlier hand raising?
That was from my earlier hand raising.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
I have one more.
Yes, Commissioner Kemp and then Councilman Dingfelder.
And this should be fast. But I know I asked this at a prior meeting, and we had under smart cities, and a category that we were adding in priorities. And apparently smart cities is because they demonstrate a benefit in travel time reliability, and there were 4 projects being added. And one was HART scheduling software, priority 37, which I think is extremely important. And then I thought it was kind of strange that we're adding in 3 more priorities that are all 3 intersections in Plant City. All 3 to me that would, you know, not be as significant as HART's scheduling software. And I asked, are those going to be competitive with HART scheduling software? And the answer that I learned was yes. And so I would just like to just add HART scheduling software in and maybe save the other priorities for next year. Or, I mean, I'm just not sure, but I would like to make sure that a priority that would serve so many people and is so important would definitely be an express priority. I'm just trying to understand that a little bit.
I'll second for discussion.
Whatever that motion was.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a motion yet. I think it's a question now, and we'll get to it.
But that's
Is the question,
the question is, if we add these 4 priorities, 3 of which are in my mind way de minimis relative to the priority of HART's software system, are we in some ways hurting HART's ability to, you know, to prevail in naming it a, not only naming it as a priority, but having these other priorities that are far less impactful?
we did, well, I don't know that they're that they're not impactful.
I'm not saying they're not impactful. I'm saying relative.
So it was challenging, and I'm sure Johnny will share that we found it challenging trying to compare travel time reliability statistics for intersections versus for improving HART's on-time performance. And we honestly don't have a real good methodology for you. We put them all in the Smart Cities program, and the intersection projects are all listed in rank order by their current travel time index. And we just added HART's project at the end. If you would like to move it farther up in the Smart Cities program, it is the board's discretion to be able to do that.
Okay, then that will be my motion, to move it up in the Smart Cities program. And what's a first slot, for instance, that I can move it to?
It would seem you could move it to the top of the list of 4.
Well,
From the
if
bottom
it's
of the
just-
list of
If
4.
it's just 4.
It's, that would be 18.
Oh.
Would be priority 18.
Priority 18, okay. So I'll make a motion to move it to priority 18.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? Is a motion by Commissioner Kemp, seconded by Commissioner Overman. It's to move the HART scheduling software to priority number 18 of the Smart Cities list. I don't see any additional discussion, so we can have a roll call vote on that.
Cullen,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Kilton,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Klug,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Dowdy,
Yes.
Vaughn.
Yes.
Motion carried 15-0.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one last item. I can't remember where I saw it in this document, it's a pretty big document, that spoke to the possible addition in the future of middle turn lanes on West Shore Boulevard, basically from Gandy about halfway to Kennedy. It speaks to from Fair Oaks to Neptune. So, and I'm just trying to get a handle on, when I saw that document, there were so many other issues that I forgot to follow up on it. If I could get some additional information, either from well, I guess from Beth, where did I see that? What is the priority? Is it in the 5-year plan, or is it just some future wish list? And if it's not in the 5-year, how can I by motion move it into the 5-year? And if anybody's not familiar with it, I'm sure everybody is. You know, West Shore Boulevard basically from Gandy to Kennedy, effectively is most of it's 2 lanes. And the minute somebody decides to turn and put on their blinker, 100 cars behind them have to stop. So I'm not trying to turn this into a 4-lane road or anything like that, but this has been talked about forever, is just trying to add a middle turn lane, a 3rd lane in the middle, so when somebody stops, they have somewhere to stop and everybody can go around them safely.
And just for clarification, I believe West Shore is a county road.
Right.
Correct? Yeah, that's right.
And I know the city has put in a request to the county to work on this, et cetera, but I did see it in the document, Beth. Is that correct? And where did I see it? And what kind of priority is it?
It was in the one-page summary, and I'd like to ask Johnny to respond to where it landed on the priority list.
Here's Johnny. Okay.
Thanks. I'm
Getting
still
late.
here. I caught some of the details. You're asking about the West Shore Boulevard
project, is that right?
Yes.
The potential for that middle turn lane.
It's on, from Neptune to, was it Neptune to?
Fair Oaks to Neptune.
Yeah, that project ended up at number 19 in the priority list in Table 2.
Table 2.
Number 19?
Number 19, yeah.
Out of what, and out of how many?
Of the safety projects, that is 1, 2, 3.
We have a total of 56 projects on the priority list.
That's number 16 out of 22 safety projects.
And what does that mean, Beth, in terms of a reality? What does it mean in terms of?
It's
You know,
10 years,
It's been a long time since I've been on the MPO, so
it's
perhaps asking for a reality check.
it's a candidate for funding. Yes,
The
that's what it
prioritization-
is. It means you might get funded someday, and you're number 19.
Just to establish the context of the scoring, the safety projects range, the highest scoring project is MLK corridor improvements. That got a score of 14.49 and the lowest is 1. And the project in question got a 3.17. So it's pretty far down the list in terms of what the expected impacts would be.
So this is about, so you're talking about safety, but isn't there another category about just misery? Is there a misery?
No, that
index?
doesn't count. There's no misery category.
I thought that's what we're doing now.
Okay, everybody, let's
All
hold
right,
it
I
together.
will, I will painfully and with great misery defer this till next year, but in between now and next year, I'll be working on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's worth your time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Especially for two of us, Mr. Chairman, who have represented that district.
Yes, that's right. Commissioner Smith.
Scrivener's error at item number 41. It's the South Coast Greenway, not the South County Greenway. And why that matters is there is another trail that is the Cross County Greenway, and they get confused sometimes, although the phases make it clear, but still.
Ms. Alden, do we need a motion for that, or can we just have that corrected?
Just correct that.
Okay, thank you. All right. At this time, I think it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to pass the entire document. It has been amended tonight
With the amendment.
by a series of motions, but with that notwithstanding, we do need a motion
Move to approve
move
the
the
tip
tip
as
forward.
amended tonight.
We have a motion from Mayor Ross.
I second.
I heard a second from Mr. Klug, I believe.
Yes.
All right, and is there any discussion before we vote on the final motion? I don't see any. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Cullen,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Hilton,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
No.
Citro,
No.
Dingfelder,
No.
Ross,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Klug,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Dowdy,
Yes.
Vaughn.
No.
Motion carried 11-4. Maniscalco, Citro, Dingfelder, and Vaughn voted no.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to return now to Commissioner Overman because she had a motion that we deferred.
Yes, and thank you very much. I appreciate that. In the tip, we do have item 46, now that we figured out the numbering and the ranking, that is part of our major investments for economic growth. And as I mentioned earlier, given that investing in possible passenger rail has been part of our LRTP for over 31 years, I thought it would be very helpful to get a good understanding of how do we move this project actually forward. And since we just realized we have some challenges in figuring out what we moved forward and we can't stop it versus we can't move it forward, and I think it's probably a good time to kind of get some understanding on how to get this going forward. So as I mentioned earlier, I would think there's an opportunity for us to, one, learn from other areas that have actually gotten rail approved for their communities. For example, the Orlando area and the Miami area, and to get it right, to learn from them, and then also recognize that it needs to be, as it already is on our priority list for the TMA, something we start moving on. And from my understanding in my conversations with Secretary Gwynn on how do I get this moving forward, because I'm tired of being in stasis on this issue, we had an interesting opportunity to do what I mentioned earlier about coordinating with FDOT and all of our local stakeholders to develop cost estimates and approximate timelines for implementing a passenger rail service along the CSX lines in our region, and to identify eligibility requirements for federal and state financial participation. Further, have the staff also identify possible roles and responsibility as pertinent of each pertinent agency in this effort. Anytime you're doing rail, you are dealing with federal funding, state funding, and local funding. And because the network of the existing right-of-way that currently is owned by
Oh, that's a sign. That's a real sign. Excuse me.
I'll make it short. Okay.
Only Pat's allowed to talk
All right.
because she's lit there.
No, I think we can manually turn them back
No,
on.
we're going to turn them back on. We're going to keep going. Just a minute.
Okay, there's got to be a way to turn them on. Seriously, all right, you got to go home.
I know, I don't know.
Yeah, you're in good shape.
Because I talk more.
I wish we had lighters, all of us.
Well, we have our flashlights on
All
our
right,
phones.
flashlight.
We can use
I mean, I can
those.
see what I'm doing. That's not the issue. Is whether or not the
No, we
HTV
just
can-
need the public to be able to see you
Yes,
as well.
okay.
So give us just
All
a
right,
minute.
Oh, you're welcome. Is there light switches over there?
So we can see you.
You can see. Well, we can see Commissioner Kemp for sure. It's like-
Not anymore.
No, okay. Actually, I could see me on the screen, so.
Well,
I'm actually on the screen, so I have my camera on.
if you're, oh, there we
There
go.
we go.
All right.
We figured it
Let's get back into session here and
This is,
go
okay,
ahead.
I will continue.
All right.
So if Secretary Quinn is still with us, I'd like for him to kind of help outline what he and I discussed, because I think it would be valuable for this board, as we are moving to the TMA on June 25th, to consider this motion to move this item forward. And I believe Secretary Gwynn can probably explain what he helped me understood about moving the process forward. Secretary Gwynn?
Yes, sure. And I think it is a good time to look at more or less a roadmap, if you would, for where we are now to if we want to move in the direction of having a commuter rail line or system in the Tampa Bay region, to lay out the path and have everybody that's involved understand how it all works together, and look at some other areas like Orlando, who was able to get a Sunrail system approved. And that way we can start to align everybody to figure out what we need to do to be successful. I think our central office staff, as well as our local staff with Ming and his staff, as well as the staff from other agencies, could get together along with the elected officials and MPO board members. I do think one thing that will be very critical to be successful in obtaining federal funding will be to get the region to come together. So we're going to need to get with Pasco County and Pinellas County and involve them as well, because I think that'll be real key. And that's what happened in Orlando. They got 4 counties in the city to come together, make it a number one priority for the region. and come up with interlocal agreements. Of course, we also need Hart involved or whoever will be the operating entity. But I think this would be a great way to start the conversation and look for ways to make it happen.
Thank you very much. So to shorten that was to have a workshop with the stakeholders to really understand, who has to do what kind of funding mechanisms can be implemented to make this happen, and who needs to be at the table, in order to make this work. So that's my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Overman. It's been seconded by Councilman Dingfelder. Is there any additional discussion on the motion?
May
Mr.
I?
Wagner. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Did you earlier?
Mr. Wagner, then Councilman Citro.
I thought you mentioned Hart take the lead in that, or did I mistake?
Hart will be at the table. It's a
Okay,
stakeholder.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Councilman Citro and then Commissioner Kemp. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Ms. Overman and Secretary Gwynn. Just to make ourselves perfectly clear, Ms. Overman was mentioning CSX, but Secretary Gwynn, you said light rail. So I'm hoping that we can encompass everything, not only CSX. Is that where you were going, Secretary Gwynn?
I think we were talking in the conversation we had. We were talking about the CSX lines, and there's different ways depending on what you do with the purchase. If you purchase it outright, you could put anything you want in there. You could put light rail, you could put rubber tire, but if you make an agreement where they can still use it for freight, you're pretty much stuck with commuter rail. So all that's part of the conversation. What are the opportunities? What are the costs for each type of opportunity? It's just starting to lay out the path and so everybody understands, all of the variabilities and elements that we have to look at.
Well, just for grins, can we include light rail that may not necessarily include CSX? Can we put that on the table also in this discussion?
We could look at, certainly you could have the workshop be as broad-based as you want in terms of how does a light rail project get, but then you'd be talking more generalities in terms of, obviously, depending on where you put that light rail line, there's lots of different elements. If you put it, on existing right-of-way versus right-of-way you have to purchase, or if you're going to put it on a road versus in its own alignment. But if you're looking for a very specific commuter rail, then you do a workshop that's more specific to that project.
The logic would be FDOT right-of-ways, but thank you very much.
Okay, I think the goal here is to really engage in the conversation and understand the process of how all of the stakeholders in this conversation, which is to find a way that we can get more people, more places in a area that is vulnerable to sea level rise and climate change and hurricanes and all kinds of things, ways that we can get people moving around rather quickly when the infrastructure is there or the right-of-way is there, and how to best explore that. Whether or not that includes a complementary lane that's not necessarily in place at the moment, that can be discussed at that point. But the goal here is to understand how to utilize the process of developing a transit strategy for passenger rail access or the right-of-way to be utilized as such.
And I would just say, you can talk about anything you want, but I don't really think light rail works on the CSX from everything I understand on the CSX.
And that's
corridor.
why we have to have the
But
workshop.
talk about anything you want, I guess. Yeah, Commissioner Kemp.
Yeah, I just, he was talking about separate light rail system, right? Not on the CSX, so it's.
If we're going to talk the gamut, let's talk the whole thing.
Right, but it's just even moving, CSX, we're talking 20 million a mile. If you're talking about light rail that you just put on, it's 100 million a mile at least. Then you have to figure out where it is, and then you take years to build it.
Just give me from phase 2 airport to downtown. That's all I'm asking.
Well,
okay, I'm just trying to get it moving
I'm
forward.
just speaking for a second. I understand.
Sorry.
So, yeah. So, and I've been a huge promoter of the CSX tracks because it exists there. I think it's important not, though, to just say Hart is a stakeholder, because Hart board would have to be the entity that would have to approve this as their strategic plan, because they are the only agency recognized by the federal government that would be providing the local match and funding, and it would have to be something that Hart could do within their operations. And with, I mean, I don't know any other model, and that's the model, for Sunrail. That is the, in Miami, they do get $50 million a year provided by actually FDOT, the state, which we don't get around here as a region. And Sunrail is getting support as well, although that's about to expire. But this is, so I have some issue with just Hart as a stakeholder, because I really do think that this would have to be, I don't understand any other financial model except having it driven by Hart as a priority. So I'll support this, but I just, for the record, want to say that because I can't see any other way that this actually happens.
Understood. And that's why we have to have the conversation.
Okay.
Okay, that's exactly why we have to have the conversation, because we
Mayor
need to know
Ross
who's
has
going to
his
be at the
hand
table.
up, so
Sorry.
let me go to him and.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be brief. I just want to make sure I understand the motion because there's been so much talk about it. So the motion in simple terms is just to have us as a TPO get all the stakeholders we can together and have a conversation about how to get this conversation moving? Is that
Okay,
the motion?
I'll restate the motion to make it more clear. Okay. I move to direct the MPO staff to coordinate with FDOT, okay, and other local stakeholder agencies. So whoever needs to be at the table, if we were going to develop a regional rail asset for serving our region, because it would take to that in order to negotiate with CSX. So let me, I'll start over.
Okay.
I move to direct MPO staff to coordinate with FDOT and other local stakeholder agencies to develop cost estimates and approximate timeline for implementing a passenger rail service along the CSX lines in our region, and to identify eligibility requirements for federal and state financial participation. Further, staff will also identify possible roles and responsibilities of each of the pertinent agencies in this effort. So that addresses Commissioner Kemp's concern, it addresses MPO's concern,
Here's
and
my
it
question.
addresses all of our role in that planning process for a regional passenger rail service, whatever that looks like, using the CSX as a starting point in that, because that right of way is very precious right now, and it will not stick around, given what's happening in freight and those CSX lines.
Okay, so my question is that, I mean, I'm in agreement with it, I'd like to see that kickstarted, but is that marching order feasible without some funding? That seems like a large order to ask them to come back with estimates of cost, and that seems like an awful large order without any money.
That's why I asked FDOT to do it. And they agree. So far, I haven't heard no.
All right, anyone else on this item?
My second stands.
Okay, we have a
the
motion on the floor from Commissioner Overman, seconded by Councilman Dingfelder. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Cohen,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Hilton,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Klug,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Dowdy,
Yes.
Vaughn.
Yes.
Motion carried 15-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Just a brief point of information. I had asked Ms. Alden to include in the addendum, the first item in your addendum of this backup packet is an announcement of an FDOT project that I just became aware of May 24th. The public meeting was scheduled for June 15th, and the comment period was going to close July 5th. It is, those deadlines are now being extended somewhat to something undetermined for the public meeting since I started raising Cane, because it's a state road extension of State Road 56 that would go from 301 to 98 and dip into Hillsborough County where Cone Ranch is, which is now the Lower Green Swamp or the Upper Green Swamp, whatever it is. It's big ELAP, the crown jewel of our ELAP property, and nobody in ELAP, nobody in the county, nobody in MPO was informed about this state road project that has been being discussed with Zephyr Hills City Council since August of 2019. So now.
I wonder if Tampa Bay Water is aware of it.
Right, because that's and it's the drinking water source, the Green Swamp up there. So take a look at that addendum. You do have time to provide comment. The Parks Department, or the Parks Advisory Board here has provided comment, and I'll be bringing it to the board next Wednesday.
Anyone else for the good of the order before we adjourn? I know, Ms. Alden, I'm coming to that. I know you have a report and a few dates to remind us about.
Thank you, board members. Thank you for staying for this long meeting. We do have a regional meeting coming up on the 25th of June. District 7 has offered to host that meeting at their facility, so we will be having a fully in-person meeting of the MPO Chairs Coordinating Committee and the TMA Leadership Group on the morning of June 25th at District 7. We will be live streaming that on GoToWebinar, so the public will be able to find a link on our website if they don't care to come in person, but they will be able to attend in person if they would like. I anticipate also that we will be back to our old pattern of holding meetings in August. I don't have that confirmed yet with county facilities, but things seem to be going that direction, and so I'm crossing my fingers that we will no longer have a room capacity limitation on this room, and that means that we will need board members to attend in person unless they have a personal medical reason not to attend in person. But I do anticipate that starting back in August. There are a couple of things in your addendum that I wanted to call attention to. One, about the State Route 56 extension project that Commissioner Smith brought to our attention. There was a public meeting scheduled on June 15th. We just saw that announcement come through this evening that that meeting, too, is going to be postponed. And I also provided in your backup material some information about where we're going with the federal funding packages, including the reauthorization of the surface transportation bill. And then finally, I wanted to let you know that we are again this summer partnering with the Tampa Heights Junior Civic Association to offer a summer camp educational opportunities at 3 schools in Hillsborough County. We were, I think, at 2 schools last summer before last. We did not do last summer. But we have been at Tampa Heights, at the Civic Association building, and at Dowdell Middle School in Palm River. This summer, we are expanding to Town and Country as well. And so we will be providing opportunities each week to the kids from those areas to learn about Vision Zero, about safety, and also about how communities grow using a Box City curriculum.
So if they misbehave, they have to attend MPO meetings, is that?
I know.
Just
Oh, no,
kidding.
not that field trip, please.
MPO meetings are a reward for good behavior.
There will be actually a closing event on Saturday, July 31st, outside Tampa Heights Junior Civic Association, outside the Tampa Heights Community Center building, near the community garden. That I invite all of you to attend if you care to, and I'll be happy to share more details about that as we have that. Yes, ma'am. Okay, and I think that wraps it up for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody, for your attention tonight. It is 10:45, and we are adjourned.
We're out of here early.
Yeah. Not 3 o'clock.
Let me learn what he's up to.
Yes.